Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, 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 everyone. This Friday, yes, it's Friday, evening, afternoon, morning, nap time. No. There's so much to go over today. And of course, Sam Cedar just happens to be live on another program right now. So I will have to catch that afterwards. So maybe once that's over, we can get more of an audience over here. There's sometimes so much crossover between audiences that, I try my best to schedule when, the surfs aren't live, when Leftist Mafia, Power Report, like all these other leftist shows, I try my best to make sure I'm not going live the same time as them. And then just out of the blue, he announces that he'd be going live on another show the exact same time I am tonight. Oh well. I'm super busy over the next week, so it's not like I couldn't even delay this till tomorrow. That's how busy I am. Anyway, so far in the Sandbox, we have the Anti-Corporatist, Looney Tunes 9000, and Hermit Horologist. Welcome, everyone, and welcome to the people who are just lurking. I see you. Oh, that sounded creepy. Anyway. Yeah, lots to go over. I'm just wondering if I do like a preamble ramble type thing as I wait for people to populate the Sandbox, find the stream is live, that sort of thing, or if I just get right into the news, because there is a lot to cover. Because we have, in Ottawa, there is a massive protest with Jews Against Genocide taking over one of the Parliament buildings, which was kind of awesome. And then there was the Amnesty International report that just came out that confirmed what we already knew what was happening. And that, yes, it is a genocide. And I'm a volunteer for Amnesty International, their local chapter here. So I know a little bit. Like, I don't speak, like, by no means think that I speak on behalf of Amnesty. I don't. But I know they have a certain level of professionalism, and they have a certain level of things they need to hit before they make an announcement such as this. Like, they want to be super, super sure they're doing this right because they are a well-established international organization. And it is for them to publicly state now that, yes, it is a genocide, that is, that means there's no doubt. There's none whatsoever. And of course, we already kind of knew that. I also have, regular Doug Ford shenanigans, other provincial shenanigans, some stuff going on with Trudeau and Doug Ford both pining for Donald Trump's favor and stuff with the tariffs and whatnot. So lots to go over. Let's see. Also in the Sandbox, Carrie Woods has also hopped in. Hello. I'm in a chatty mood. Oh, you're baking a wedding cake today. That sounds yummy. There was a bakery in my town that I really, really loved. It was like the best bakery in the world, and it had been around for 60 years using the original recipes. And it had to get shut down because the building it was in and had been in for decades was being torn down to make an overpass or something like that. And because rent prices, since they've been established, has gone ridiculously high, they couldn't afford to really relocate anywhere else. Which is sad because it was a super popular bakery and they had like the real icing. You know what I'm talking about. Not the fondant stuff that's like kind of malleable plastic that they wrap around cakes, not the whipped cream icing that you get in grocery stores. It was like the real deal icing, and they had like so many other baked goods and stuff. It was just so good, and I miss them so much. Like, it's so sad when independent things like that go out of business because of not being able to afford to keep going. And it's not because of popularity. Again, it's because they couldn't afford rent. So sad. Anyway, let's see. I'm also very curious to see what Sam was talking about on RM Brown. Yeah, there's been so much in the news these days, both like news, but then also like leftist media news with everything that's happening with TYT and the way people are speaking out and the crossing over of all the different leftists talking about all this sort of stuff. It's it's a bit overwhelming at times. There's just like so much. Fortunately, I have somebody who's helping me edit my videos, so that way, because like I said, I'm super busy over the next week, so I probably won't be doing a live stream until at a bare minimum next weekend. But because I have somebody who's helping with the editing, I can hopefully still just release a clip every day at least. And the time I would have spent on editing, I can spend actually making the video I wanted to do about Tim Pool and Sam Cedar when they were talking about abortion and sexual assault. So I can get that one done. And then I can start working on the script for the other video I've been planning to do for quite some time that you guys know about, the Anticasparian pendulum. But I wanted to wait a little bit after the election now to see how that unfolded. So it might change some of the messaging that I'm doing in that video now. And sadly, a lot of it is still going to be relevant because I'm going to be going over her appearance on the PBD podcast, especially when they were talking about trans issues. Because unfortunately, with the way things are in the United States, Trump getting into power, Project 2025, what's happening in their Supreme Court right now, all of the pushback, all the talking points, all the rhetoric that needs to be called out, it's just as relevant now as it was back then. So I will be going over that. Let's see. Now people are talking about icing, and I really want that icing. It's called buttercream icing. Although I don't think of it as like buttercream makes it sound buttery, but it's actually just moldable Play-Doh sugar. It's Play-Doh sugar icing. But yeah, buttercream icing. Really good stuff. Anyway, why don't I get into it? And people will pop in when they pop in. I know some people watch the streams afterwards, which is fine and cool. So they won't miss anything. And people can start from the beginning when they tune in and all that sort of stuff. But very important news to get to. So, like I said, earlier this week, there was a pop-up protest, I guess you could say. I don't know. It seemed to come out of nowhere, let's put it that way, where Jews Against Genocide actually went to the Parliament buildings in Ottawa, Canada, and occupied one of the buildings briefly and, calling on Ottawa to protest the war on Gaza and saying that they need to stop arming Israel and implement an immediate arms embargo. And they had a whole bunch of people go there. About 14 people were temporarily held. Some of the news articles and stuff are saying arrested, but they were all released with no charges. But we'll get to all of that. And here in Canada, the way that you found out about this first was through Democracy Now! And later in that evening, so this was on a Tuesday, later in that evening, I was talking to some other people, and there had only been one article put out by mainstream media at that point about what had happened. And a lot of them were finding out about it for the first time because I was saying it to them. I was telling them. There's been a few more articles now. One really good article from Rabble, which is a progressive media magazine. I don't know, do we call them magazines anymore when they're just online? But let's start from the beginning. So Democracy Now! Tweeted out, breaking, hundreds of Canadian Jews are currently occupying parliamentary building in Ottawa to protest the war on Gaza. Canada needs to stop arming Israel and implement an immediate arms embargo, says organizer Rachel Small. And they actually interrupted their, Democracy Now! Actually interrupted their live program to come at the people with breaking news, which it's kind of neat that they do that. Anyway, let's see.
About 150 Jewish activists and allies have just launched a protest inside the Canadian Parliament in Ottawa to demand Canada stop arming Israel. We're joined now by Rachel Small, a member of the group Jews Say No to Genocide Coalition. Rachel, can you describe where you are and what you're doing and what you're calling for?
Thank you. We are in a Parliament Hill building. Right now, we have completely taken over the lobby of this building that has hundreds of parliamentarians' office in here. Our demand is clear. Canada needs to stop arming Israel and implement an immediate arms embargo. We know that every F-35 fighter jet, every Boeing Apache helicopter dropping bombs on Lebanon, on Gaza right now is full of hundreds of Canadian components. We're here as Jews to say this violence cannot continue in our name. And we're here as people of conscience to say that the absolute bare minimum Canada needs to be doing right now is stop arming a genocide.
And here we have from Nikki Ashton. She's an NDP MP. Powerful message on Parliament Hill from Independent Jewish Voices and Jews Say No, calling on Canadian government to stop arming Israel. It's time for Parliament to step up and for Canada to act. It's time for Parliament to step up and for Canada to act to end the genocide and support peace and justice now. And so keep in mind, this was a few days before the Amnesty International report came out. And so this is from Independent Jewish Voices. Breaking, 100 of us, Jewish Canadians and allies, including IJV, so that's Independent Jewish Voices members, have occupied a parliamentary building in Ottawa to demand Canada stop arming and participating in Israel's genocide against Palestinians. As you can see, they're very peaceful, not being aggressive at all, just peacefully protesting, sitting down on the steps. They're not threatening anyone. They're not harming anyone. They're not yelling out slurs or being anti-Semitic or anything like that. Just completely peaceful protest. And so we have this article here from Rabble News, rabble.ca, and Jews stage sit-in at parliamentary building in protest to Israel's genocide in Palestine. And so this is a good progressive blog, magazine, I don't know what they call themselves, to follow for Canadian news. Demonstrators including members of Independent Jewish Voices, If Not Now, and Jews Say No to Genocide were on Parliament Hill calling for an end to arms sales to Israel. On Tuesday morning, December 3rd, a group of 100 Canadian Jews occupied the lobby of the Confederation Building on Parliament Hill, where many MPs have their offices. They demanded Canada impose an immediate total arms embargo on Israel with a view to ending what they described as Israel's genocidal war with Gaza. The activist Jews, who came from a variety of Canadian cities and towns, prayed, sang, invoked Jewish holy texts such as the Quran and Talmud, and chanted, "Not another nickel, not another dime, no more money for Israel's crimes. We are the people, we won't be silenced, and not in our name." The demonstrators included representatives of a number of organizations, among them Independent Jewish Voices, If Not Now, Jews Say No. I think I just read that. It was up at the top. Speakers referred repeatedly to their own connections to Jewish values and traditions and quoted scripture in support of their views. Blowing the shofar is a warning. Hamilton-based Rabbi David I don't know how to say his name, and I featured him plenty of times on this channel. I would love to be able to have him on for an interview. I'll try reaching out to him again. So anyway, Hamilton-based Rabbi David harkened back to another rabbi who marched with U.S. civil rights leaders Martin Luther King many decades ago. That rabbi had said, "When I march, I pray with my feet." David said Jewish holy texts refer to the many good deeds which one should undertake, the text says, as an opportunity to present itself. As opportunity presents itself. When it comes to one category of good deeds, again, I don't know how to say this word. However, the obligation to act is greater. Jewish tradition and laws enjoin Jews to actively pursue justice and peace, however difficult or inconvenient such pursuits might be. David criticized mainstream Canadian Jewish organizations for their passive and uncritical loyalty to the current far-right regime in Israel headed by Benjamin Netanyahu. The rabbi said one should never arm people who are prone to violence. "Everyone knows what Israel is doing," he said. "Don't give weapons to a country committing genocide." The rabbi blew a shofar, a ram's horn, which is usually blown on the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah. David said he was blowing the shofar for its original purpose as a warning against danger. He quoted the revered medieval Jewish philosopher Moses, who again, me and names don't get along. I don't know how to pronounce most names that I'm not familiar with, who wrote the blowing of the shofar that it should arise from you a slumber. You who are asleep, wake up from your deep sleep. You who are fast asleep, search your deeds, repent and remember your Creator. And we don't actually get to hear him blow the shofar, but this is leading up to it.
Slumberers,
so this is David right there.
Ye slumberers, look at your deeds. What are you doing? You must change your ways or you are doomed. That goes all the way back to Isaiah, to Micah, to Jeremiah. So I'm going to blow the shofar, God willing, if I can. You got this, Rabbi. Woo! I'm not just blowing a shofar. I'm sounding an alarm. Awaken!
He needs a majority report soundboard. Just wondering. Nah. Okay, I was hoping that maybe it was like attached here to actually see him blow the shofar. Never again applies to everybody. Longtime activist founder of Rabble.ca and current Rabble columnist Judy Rebeck also spoke. She pushed back against those in Canada who questioned her Jewish credentials because she is a self-styled secular Jew. She pointed out she was brought up in an Orthodox Jewish home and said she retained valuable lessons from that upbringing. Most notable among those is that Jews believe in supporting oppressed people. Judy has long been a lovely voice among Canadian Jews for nonviolence and just solutions to the Israel-Palestine conflict. At the Ottawa rally, she expressed gratitude that there are now many more in the Jewish community who are willing to put themselves on the line to defend the rights of Palestinian people. I feel more a part of the Jewish community than I ever had, she said. Despite all she has witnessed during her long-standing advocacy for Palestine, Judy added that she had never imagined she would be obliged to condemn genocide committed by Jews. Judy invoked the phrase "never again," which was coined to express humanity's commitment to never allow a repeat of the Holocaust inflicted on the Jews, the Roma, and others more than 3/4 of a century ago. Never again, she said, applies to everybody. And there's a little bit of her speaking in this tweet here. So this is Judy.
Known in the pro-choice struggle in this country. And I learned from Dr. Henry Morgenthaler how to be brave. They asked him, Henry, how do you go on day after day knowing there's people who want to kill you, knowing there's people who want to do harm to you, who want to stop you from what you're doing, and you're going to jail, and you're going to go to jail again maybe. And you know what he said? He said, Judy, I who could have been a grain of sand but survived, because he's a Holocaust survivor, he was a Holocaust survivor. I who could have been a grain of sand can only devote my life to helping other people. And that to me is the heart of Judaism. I'm a secular Jew, and the trolls say, oh, she's not really Jewish. But I am Jewish. I was born and raised, and what I was born and raised to know is that Jews believe in supporting oppressed people. They don't oppress people.
And back to the article. Nonetheless, as some demonstrators were preparing to move, the police grabbed them and detained them. Ella Flanders of Toronto was among those. She said the police officer who arrested her said she was taking too long to move. She, like 15 others, was held briefly, then released. Her arresting officer told her she could be charged with trespassing and resisting arrest. The same officer also said protesters who had moved outdoors to continue the rally on the wide sidewalk in front of the Confederation building risked being charged with serious criminal offense of mischief. Yes. Expressing freedom of expression in Canada on sidewalks in front of Parliament buildings, wide sidewalks in front of Parliament buildings. Yeah, but these police were charging them with mischief. The legal definition of mischief includes the willful destruction of property, making it dangerous or useless to others. This charge can also be laid if you obstruct or interfere with other people's lawful use and enjoyment of property. None of that definition would have applied to the demonstrators who occupied only a portion of a sidewalk on Ottawa's Wellington Street on December 3rd. In 2022, when truckers and their allies entirely occupied the same area with giant, noisy, and polluting vehicles, the cops showed far more patience and tolerance. Yes, so after just a couple of hours, the cops are threatening to charge pro-Palestinian protesters with mischief. But when the Freedom Convoy was there, doing all sorts of destruction, interference, blocking roads, making people's lives hell for over 3 weeks, yeah. It's funny how that double standard always seems to work in one direction. The Ottawa police chief at the time even went so far as to interpret that highly disruptive, borderline violent action as an exercise of constitutionally protected mobility rights. What a difference 2 years make. Indeed. And so we have a few more videos to watch from this. So this is from Jews Say No to Genocide, 14 of our elders arrested, shame.
Yeah.
After that, so we've brought the protests outside as we demand the release of 2 arrestees.
Helicopters raining bombs on Lebanon and Gaza right now are filled with hundreds of Canadian components, millions of dollars of Canadian parts each. This is for shame. We will not settle for their wars. We demand a full arms embargo to stop the flow of is not.
But of course, you know, there are some people upset over this protest. And so the CIJA, which is the APAC equivalent, one of the APAC equivalents here, pro-Israel Jewish rally in Ottawa, 20,000 people, no arrests. Anti-Israel Jewish rally in Ottawa, 100 people, 14 arrests for trying to invade MPs' offices. Canadians shouldn't mistake fringe anti-Israel groups like Independent Jewish Voices as representing Canada's Jewish community. Now, here's the thing about that. Remember what I was just saying about the Freedom Convoy? Yeah. It's funny how that works, how the police are so selective on who they arrest. So we have just 14 arrested for, you know, expressing their doing their freedom of expression, not harming anyone, not blocking anyone. And yet they get arrested by the police. Whereas 20,000 people, no arrest. Gee, I wonder why that is. But as this person points out, literally nobody tried to invade any MP's offices. The whole thing was just filmed and it's been covered all over Canada and the world. CIJA loves to lie and support genocide. And also, we have a Zionist mayor. Okay, well, we have many Zionist mayors here in Canada, but this one I've featured on my channel before. The left-leaning liberal media outlets spinning today's Jewish anti-Israel parliament sit-in take note there are 400,000 Jews in Canada. This video represents exactly 100% of those who hold such misguided fringe opinions. Your attempts to distort the voice of Jewish community will not go unchallenged. We stand united, unwavering, and resolute in our support of Israel. And Jews say no to genocide, just saying, hey, thanks for the shout out. So, I've tried reaching out. I have a friend that lives in Ottawa, but she doesn't know anyone that was connected to this protest. I keep on trying to reach out to people to see if I can get them onto my channel to talk about this, because I would love to have that. But we'll now get into the Amnesty International stuff. But first, we're going to check the Sandbox. And Frodo. I almost had a Frodo for you. He sneaks in, and he's so quiet about it. But I want people to know he's okay. So let's just do, because there was a comment that caught my eye from Dan from the internet. Just learned today is the anniversary of the Montreal Massacre. Also, what was that? You know, funny you should ask that, because, let's see. I will be going over it later in this live stream. Yeah. Because a lot of people don't know about it, and it was quite the big deal here in Canada when it happened. It was a whole bunch of people, women, femicide. It was a misogynistic attack against women. I think 10 women were killed in this university. And it was, yeah, we'll get into it later on in the stream. Also, death of Philippe Augusta. Welcome to the Sandbox. Wait, the shofar isn't just for birthdays on the Majority Report? No, it's not. It's for other things as well. And Torrential Rage. Hello. I'm not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Oh, hello, MIDI doctors. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll continue with some of this. as I was mentioning, Amnesty International just came out with their report. And when they, again, this is it's in-depth, it's investigated. All the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted, because their reputation as the organization that they are, relies on the amount of professionality that they put into this, the scrutiny that they put into this. They never just offhandedly publish anything, because some people might be wondering, like, why it took them so long to come out with this report. And it's because of all of the work that they put into it to make sure that what they're publishing is accurate, factual, all of that sort of stuff. And as I mentioned, I volunteer with my local chapter, and so I know a little bit about that. And it's actually because I volunteer with my local chapter that years and years ago, I came to understand, Gaza as an open-air prison. I knew about that when most people in my area, most Canadians, just the average Canadian, had no idea what was going on over there. I knew about the BDS movement. And I remember I was at an event, an anti-violence event or something, and there was a speaker about BDS. He was talking about BDS and how he had been blacklisted in a lot of areas and stuff. And I remember, again, I didn't really know a lot of the context behind it and stuff, but I was just remember thinking, like, why are people so upset about this? Like, why are people so upset about BDS that they would blacklist this person here? Like, it didn't make sense to me why people were so offended by the idea of BDS, which is boycott, divest, and sanction. And it made reasonable sense to me that these are steps that you could take to push back against systems. And, I was in such a sheltered bubble at that time. But it was because of my involvement with Amnesty International that I even learned about the situation over there well before what happened last year and leading into the now current genocide. So this is from Amnesty Canada. A groundbreaking Amnesty report published today concludes Israel authorities are committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Now, again, Amnesty International, well-recognized organization, one that, the Canadian government has referenced before, like, oh, the good work that they do and things of that sort, like so many other nations and stuff. Oh, they do such a good job of, exposing human rights abuses all around the world. Be interesting to see how they take this. It's kind of like when the ICC and the ICJ, say it's plausible genocide. All of a sudden, the United States are like, well, we listened to them before on everything, but now, I don't know. And even Canada was a little reluctant to be like, yeah, okay. So I guess we have to. As I will show, there has been some movement here in Canada, at least. Not enough, not nearly enough. But the pressure is mounting, and it is such, it is a struggle to get any progress on what's happening there, and nothing nearly fast enough, of course, because every moment it's delayed, lives are lost. And it's taking a lot of pressure, and this now is another massive line of pressure, this call out, this undeniable groundbreaking report published today concludes, again, that the Israeli authorities, you notice how they say Israeli authorities and not Jewish people in Israel? Again, it's attacking the state, which is also now considered anti-Semitic in Canada if you attack the state of Israel, are committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. And it says 1 of 5. Twitter is broken because sometimes the threads aren't connected properly. But anyway, it's a good thing I wasn't relying on this for my information. I am actually relying on this report, which I have to scroll up quickly because, images that YouTube doesn't like. So I will put this in the Sandbox. This is a really long article, and it's not even the report. The report is like hundreds and hundreds of pages. So I'm just going to kind of go over parts of the article. I haven't even had a chance to read it in depth yet. And there's usually actions involved with Amnesty International that people can get involved with. And it's very important that people do, because it does make a difference. Ooh, media inquiries right there. Maybe I should do that. See if I can get somebody from Amnesty International on my show. You feel like you are subhuman, Israel's genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Amnesty International's research has found sufficient basis to conclude that Israel has committed and is continuing to commit genocide against Palestinians in the occupied Gaza Strip, the organization said in a landmark new report published today. The report, You Feel Like You Are Subhuman, Israel's Genocide Against Palestinians in Gaza, documents how during its military offensive launched in the wake of the deadly Hamas-led attacks in southern Israel on October 7, 2023, Israel has unleashed hell and destruction on Palestinians in Gaza, brazenly, continuously, and with total impunity. Amnesty's international report demonstrates that Israel has carried out acts prohibited under the Genocide Convention, with the specific intent to destroy Palestinians in Gaza. These acts include killings, causing serious bodily or mental harm, and deliberately inflicting on Palestinians in Gaza conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction. Month after month, Israel has treated Palestinians in Gaza as a subhuman group unworthy of human rights and dignity, demonstrating its intent to physically destroy them, says Angies Calamard, Secretary General of Amnesty International. Our damning findings must serve as a wake-up call to the international community. This is genocide. It must stop now. States that continue to transfer arms to Israel at this time must know that they are violating their obligation to prevent genocide and are at risk of becoming complicit in genocide. All states with influence over Israel, particularly key arms suppliers like US and Germany, but also other EU members, states, the UK, and others must act now to bring Israel's atrocities against Palestinians in Gaza to an immediate end. And it really will be on all these other nations, Canada included, because the sad, scary reality is Benjamin Netanyahu won't stop. Like, the only way he'll stop is under two conditions, and one is he achieves his goal, which would just be complete obliteration of everyone in Gaza and occupying it and all that sort of stuff. Or if other nations apply enough pressure, if other nations force them to stop. Those are the only two ways that what the Israeli administration will end what they are doing. So you can read the full report if you go onto their website. Let's see. Like I said, this is a super long article here, so I'm not going to be going over all of it. So I'm just going to try to glance through it and pick out some key points. Relentless bombardment in Gaza, genocide. Over the past 2 months, the crisis has grown particularly acute in northern Gaza Governorate, where besieged population is facing starvation, displacement, and annihilation amid relentless bombardment and suffocating restrictions on life-saving humanitarian aid. Our research reveals that, for months, Israel has persisted in committing genocidal acts, fully aware of the irreparable harm it was inflicting on Palestinians in Gaza. It continued to do so in defiance of countless warnings about the catastrophic humanitarian situation and the legally binding decisions from the International Court of Justice, ICJ, ordering Israel to take immediate measures to enable the provision of humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, says Angies. So the organization considered the scale and severity of the casualties' destruction over time. It analyzed public statements and officials finding that prohibited acts were often announced or called for in the first place by high-level officials in charge of the war efforts. And this is a quote from Angies. The atrocity crimes committed on October 7th, 2023 by Hamas and other armed groups against Israelis and victims of other nationalities, including deliberate mass killing and hostage-taking, can never justify Israel's genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. So here we have, let's see, can I make that bigger? How we concluded that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Unfortunately, I can't get this isolated. So it says, what is genocide? Genocide is the commission of one or more acts prohibited by genocide convention committed with the specific intent to destroy national, ethnical, racial, or religious groups in whole or in part as such. Genocidal acts we must document against Palestinians in Gaza, killing members of a national, so 1, killing members of a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. 2, causing them serious bodily or mental harms. 3, deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction. Killings and causing serious harm. Amnesty International documented a pattern of repeated direct attacks on civilians and civilian objects or deliberate indiscriminate attacks by Israel. The attacks were also conducted in ways designed to cause a high number of civilian fatalities and injuries. 3 patterns that together show Israel imposed conditions of life calculated to destroy Palestinians in Gaza. 1. Destruction of infrastructure essential for the survival of the civilian population. 2. Repeated mass forced displacement under unsafe and inhumane conditions. 3. Denial or obstruction of the delivery of humanitarian aid, assistance, and essential services. Establishing genocidal intent. With the context of Israel's system of apartheid and its ongoing unlawful occupation of Palestinian territories, we examined the overall pattern of Israel's conduct in Gaza, along with the analysis of racist, dehumanizing, and genocidal rhetoric by senior Israeli officials. States must do everything to stop the genocide. They must halt arms, transfer military aid to Israel, or risk becoming complicit in genocide. So, unprecedented scale and magnitude. Israel's actions follows Hamas' deadly attack have brought Gaza's population to the brink of collapse. Its brutal military offensive has killed more than 42,000 Palestinians, including over 13,300 children, and injuring over 97,000 more by October 7th, 2024. Many of them in direct or deliberately indiscriminate attacks, often wiping out entire multi-generational families. And of course, we know this is nowhere near the true tally of what has happened. It has caused unprecedented destruction, with experts say occurred at level and speed not seen in any other conflict in the 21st century, leveling entire cities, destroying critical infrastructure, agricultural land, and cultural and religious sites. It thereby renders large swaths of Gaza uninhabitable. A deadly mixture of malnutrition, hunger, and diseases. Israel's intent to destroy. To establish Israel's specific intent to physically destroy Palestinians in Gaza. As such, Amnesty International analyzed the overall patterns of Israel's conduct in Gaza. And there's lots of video evidence of Israeli officials saying what they intended to do to make Gaza into a parking lot, referring to them as human animals, all that sort of stuff. Israel committed multiple crimes under international law. Direct evidence of genocidal intent. Many of the unlawful acts documented by Amnesty International were preceded by officials urging their implementation. The organization reviewed 102 statements issued by the Israeli government, military officials, and others between October 7th and June 30th, 2024. Many dehumanized Palestinians and called for justified genocidal acts or other crimes against them. So as you can see, long, detailed article. The report itself, long, detailed. Let's see if there's usually... Canada's role in Gaza's genocide. Canada has made some positive diplomatic statements, including supporting the call by ceasefire, supporting UNRWA, including the restoration of funding. While Canada has taken some measures to limit the export of military goods to Israel, both direct and indirect transfers continue. So as I was saying earlier, teeny tiny steps, and we'll get into another one of them in just a moment. And so you can learn more about Canada's arms sales to Israel. Oh, that section's not too long, so let's go over it. Authorization of new export permits for transfers of military goods to Israel was reportedly paused as of January 8th, 2024, through no official notice to exporters, though no official notice to exporters was issued. In September 2024, the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced that around 30 of the existing permits were suspended. However, it is believed that 180 export permits are still active. Arms sales to Israel has increased in recent years, with 2023 the latest year for which information was publicly available, making it the highest sales to date. Between October 7, 2023 and December 6, 2023 alone, 28.5 million of new military exports were approved, more than all other permits issued in 2022. There is no denying what those exports were doing at that point. You can't stick your head in the sand and think, oh no, we didn't know. Canadian officials knew exactly what those weapons were going to be used for. Canadian parts, components, and other military materials are also exported to the USA, which in turn are integrated into U.S. military equipment such as F-35 aircraft supplied to Israel Defense Force. So, yep, you can sign up, donate to Amnesty International. They do amazing work. This website also gives you a bit of a timeline, background, all very, shouldn't show that on YouTube. Very detailed, very worth going through the entire article. So here in relation to this report, Heather McPherson, an NDP MP, she said, I asked for an emergency debate on Canada's obligations following today's report from Amnesty International concluding Israel is committing genocide. And let's listen to what she has to say.
Immediately. Mr. Speaker, I am proposing an emergency debate.
That's a bit quiet.
Debate tonight.
Yeah, it's better.
Based on the report that... Mr. Speaker, I am proposing an emergency debate tonight based on the report that came out yesterday from Amnesty International concluding that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. This finding of genocide from the world's most respected human rights organization has immediate implications for the Government of Canada and for every single member of Parliament. In short, Canada must change course immediately given such a conclusion, or this government may be found complicit in genocide by the International Court of Justice. This has serious implications for Canada's reputation internationally and for Canada's adherence to international law. It also requires that Canada do much more to end the genocide in Gaza and to withdraw its political and military support for Israel while the genocide is ongoing. This report is meticulous in its research on Israeli authorities' policies and actions in Gaza as part of the military offensive they launched in the wake of the Hamas-led attacks on the 7th of October 2023.
And she continues on saying, unfortunately, the Speaker denied our request, but this report requires Canada to act today to end arms transfers and impose sanctions on the Netanyahu government. No complicity in genocide.
Allegations of violations and crimes under international. It situates these actions within the broader context of Israel's unlawful occupation and what Amnesty calls a system of apartheid against Palestinians in Gaza, the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Israel. It assesses allegations of violations and crimes under international law by Israel in Gaza within the framework of genocide under international law, concluding that there is sufficient evidence to believe that Israel's conduct in Gaza following October 7, 2023 amounts to genocide. I note that Amnesty is also working on a research report on the horrific crimes committed by Hamas on October 7th of last year, and that we anticipate that that report will detail the egregious violations of international law by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups, and the need for accountability under the international justice system. I further note that this report is specific to Israel's actions. Amnesty requests an arms embargo apply to Israel, Hamas, and other Palestinian armed groups operating in Gaza, and it also advocates for sanctions on both Israeli and Hamas officials implicated in crimes under international law.
And here, somehow Canada's complicity in genocide doesn't warrant debate.
New Democrats call for we support these calls, and we believe that all perpetrators, Israel, Hamas, and other Palestinian armed groups, all perpetrators in the region must be held accountable. Mr. Speaker, I quote from this report, Amnesty has found, and I quote, sufficient basis to conclude that Israel committed between October 7, 2023 and July 2024 prohibited acts under the Genocide Convention, namely killing, causing seriously bodily or mental harm, and deliberately inflicting on Palestinians in Gaza conditions of life calculated to bring about their physical destruction in whole or in part. Thank you. That's why I'm asking for an emergency debate.
Could I thank the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona for her intervention. However, the Speaker is not satisfied that this meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time.
Yeah, so the Speaker is just making the choice to say,
Mr.
not
Speaker,
worth
I am
it,
proposing
not worth an emergency debate. You know, the fact that Canada is now participating with a genocide by continuing the arms and all that sort of stuff. No, that's not worth our time right now. We have more important things to talk about. Just horrible. And Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East are also saying, we are shocked that Speaker of Parliament has denied Heather McPherson's request for an emergency debate on Amnesty's report, finding that Israel is committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. What could be more of an emergency than genocide? Yeah. Definitely would be worth having an emergency debate on in Parliament to make sure that, you know, Canada isn't participating or being complicit in this genocide and doing immediate steps to make sure that they aren't. But like I said, small progress with Canada, nowhere near enough. Nowhere near enough. This is from the National Council of Canadian Muslims, tweeting out, today marks historic step forward in Canada's approach towards principled foreign policy based on respect for international law and respect for human rights. For the first time in a decade, Canada has voted yes on the United Nations resolution Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine, which calls for Israel's complete withdrawal from Palestinian territories occupied since June 1967, including East Jerusalem. Canada's vote aligns with the vast majority of the United Nations in holding Israel accountable for its illegal occupation of Palestinian land. This is a key element in any formulation of independent Palestinian state. We and many community advocates will continue to urge Canada to officially recognize Palestinian statehood. And so there were 8 countries against, 157 in favor, and 7 abstained. And of course, the United States is against it. Of course, Israel is against it. Micronesia, that one's always in there for some reason. Argentina, Hungary, Palau, Papua New Guinea, we're all against it. Oh, Nauru? I'm not sure how to say that. Make that bigger for people to see. There we go. So, you know, there we are. Small progress, but it's progress. And we need to keep applying the pressure. We need to keep pushing forward. This needs to stop. The genocide needs to stop. And, you know, it's impacting so much. Like, you just want to scream and yell because you know how wrong this is. You know how wrong it is. And to sit by in countries all comfortable in our homes and stuff, well, the amount of suffering and horrific trauma being inflicted on these people. And this country, this nation is participating in it, is complicit in it. It needs to stop. It doesn't take any like deep thought. It's not complicated. It really isn't. Yeah, I don't know what more can be said on this. Like, I'll still be covering it, of course, but with everything that we've witnessed, this is the first, as they say, live stream genocide. It's undeniable, the brutality. It's undeniable, the horrific conditions, what has happened. So many lives lost that didn't need to be lost. And it is just, to see it unfolding in real time while our governments sit by and do nothing, enable it, is, it can really put some doubt into how you feel about humanity and the world, that's for sure. But we need to continue fighting. We need to continue pushing back. We need to get Canada to finally, follow through to what it claims its values are and stop sending any arms, stop sending any parts to other nations for arms, actually applying pressure on Israel to say, you need to stop kowtowing to Israeli lobbyist groups here, stop expanding the definition of anti-Semitism to include any criticism of the state of Israel. All of that sort of stuff needs to end now. Okay, let's check the Sandbox and then can get on to some more news. Do I want to do this first? I'm just checking my docket ahead of time. This is like provincial related stuff, but then I also have federal related stuff. Let's do provincial federal. Okay. Checking the Sandbox. Let's see. Midi Doctor saying it's a bold position for a UK politician to brief against Amnesty International. Hard sell. I'm not actually sure what that means. Oh, and you were watching reruns of Belle and Sebastian. And let's see, Dead Man. This is, I'm not sure I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. This is not a comment on the report, but I caution that AI is distinctly inferior to the Center of Constitutional Rights and the American Friends Service Committee, WRT. I'm not sure what WRT is an acronym for. U.S. domestic practices. There is a possibility of soft soap for a U.S. ally. Both CCC and AFSC Prison Watch need more donations than they get. Prison Watch specifically, as they lost funding from AFSC. Bonnie Kernis, pushing 80 is funding it with a day job. Oh, I guess she's pushing 80 and funding it with a day job. I don't know anything about this organization, so I can't say anything about it. Like, I don't have an opinion on it, I guess. But I'm also, as I mentioned earlier, a volunteer with the local chapter of Amnesty International. So I'm a bit biased in my opinion of the work that they do. Let's see. No other comments at this time. I'm wondering, is there still another live stream going on? Just wondering when I might get more of an audience. I think it's over. Yep, it's over. Okay. We'll find out. Be nice if I could get some of the audience from RM Brown. He was doing a live stream with Sam Cedar. Be nice. And also, I guess later, oh no, that's on the 9th. Jesse Dollamore will be on the Letter Hack. Letter Hack usually has something going on. Let's see. He usually has something going on Fridays. Oh, it doesn't look like he has anything currently scheduled. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway. Death of Felipe Augusta saying, yeah, those are both based. Something worth looking into. Okay. Why don't we just get back into it? So, provincial level news stories. Of course, I'm going to be focusing mostly on Ontario, but there's some other stories that are worth covering, especially considering everything that's, again, what's happening in the United States is having a major impact on the culture up here as well. And what you see happening down there is spreading up here, no doubt about it. And one of the things that is spreading up here is the attack on the LGBTQ plus community and trans people in particular. Alberta, a province here in Canada, has gone extraordinarily right-wing in what they are doing to trans people in their province. They're having some of the most regressive anti-trans laws in the world. They're pushing it through. And they have a majority right now in that province to push through all of this horrid, harmful, hateful legislation. And they threaten to do it. They're doing it. So Sherry DeNovo said Alberta is about to enshrine hatred of our most vulnerable children into law. Anti-charter, anti-human rights, fascism looks like this. And this is from Rachel Notley. She used to be the NDP leader. I don't know if she currently is. Is she? She's still part of the NDP. And she says, after almost 17 years in Alberta, today I watched as the legislature sunk to its lowest point ever. The UCP voted to breach the charter and fundamental human rights of transgender youth people and their families to have equal access to health care. Alberta is the only province to act with this much callous cruelty. Trans rights are human rights, and the UCP cares nothing for either. It is just, I always hear a lot of Americans saying, is it safe? Can we go up to Canada if things get really bad down there? And it's like, the amount of holes in the lifeboat of Canada, I wouldn't say it's necessarily safe to come here anymore. It depends on where you go, of course. Some provinces are better than others, but this shouldn't be happening. The rights of people, of individuals, are being rolled back at an extraordinary level. Unlike, I don't recall ever seeing anything like this in my lifetime. Because it starts with the smallest of groups, trans children, then it's trans adults, and then it gets expanded to other people in the LGBTQ plus community, then people's reproductive rights, and it keeps on expanding out. And every time a province is allowed to get away with something like this, it just emboldens other provinces to go even further. And it has an influence on the culture too, because it's all over the culture in the United States. And then again, it spreads up here in Canada, and it really does influence people. And there was I'm trying to think of the video I saw earlier today about it. The Supreme Court in the United States was arguing access for care for transgender youth. And one of the judges was just asking oh, it shouldn't be necessary or something like that. And one of the attorneys pointing out that, when you have such a small percentage of people, You can't just rely on democracy to protect their rights, because a lot of people won't be plugged in. A lot of people will be influenced towards hate. You shouldn't rely on popularity when it comes to protecting human rights. And again, it spreads. So here we have results of Alberta town crosswalk vote reflects democratic process, says the mayor.
Well, the bylaw was drafted after about 700 people from Barrhead signed a petition calling for neutrality among town councillors. The petition stated that a portion of the community did not feel the painting of pride crosswalks initially approved by the town were necessary in public spaces. City Council opted to put it to a vote. About 33% of the town's eligible voters turned out. 653 people voted in favor of enacting the neutrality bylaw, while 492 people voted against it. Barrhead's mayor refused our interview request. Instead, he sent a statement saying, in part, this plebiscite reflects the democratic process in action. Council responded to the valid petition and gave the community the opportunity to voice their opinions. This means all existing Pride crosswalks will have to be removed. Flags from the County of Barrhead, the Royal Canadian Legion, Red Ensign, and Treaty 6 will also be prohibited on municipal property.
So again, it doesn't just affect one group of people, because this is also any Indigenous flags and symbols have to be removed from city property as well.
The Confederacy of Treaty Number 6 First Nations Grand Chief Cody Thomas says the Treaty 6 flag is a symbol of First Nations governments on our traditional lands, which were never sold. He goes on to say neutrality bans like this aren't really neutral and have a negative impact on progress in public awareness. Decorative flags and imagery can still be displayed on personal or business properties. The bylaw will need to go to a second and third readings before it's enacted. Jeff?
All right, Silvana, thank you.
Yeah. What this is doing is just trying to erase queer folks, their symbols, their pride from everything to do with the city, to erase, their presence within the municipality. And again, it doesn't just affect one group, it gets expanded over and over and over again. And this is what happens when you just leave it up to democracy to protect people's rights. It starts with little things like this. And this isn't little for the people those crosswalks represent. This is a big way of trying to erase them from the public eye. But for a lot of people who aren't attached to the queer community, they might see, like, what's the big deal? Well, it starts with all these little things. And it keeps on getting expanded to bigger and bigger and bigger things until eventually any displays of, being queer in public will be banned for one reason or another, because it makes other people feel uncomfortable, as opposed to actually educating people on, equal rights. Other people's uncomfort doesn't supersede the rights of individuals to exist. But also, it's not just Alberta. This is from Rachel Gilmore. She says the BC Conservatives created a new portfolio for attacking LGBTQ folks. Well, sure, it looks like it. BC Conservative leader John Rustad announced new parental rights and sports critic on Transgender Day of Remembrance. Conservatives always love to do this. They wait till a day like Transgender Day of Remembrance before they start with a lot of their bullshit. So let's take a look at this.
So you guys remember the BC election that just happened? Where it felt like every week there was a new story about a BC Conservative candidate saying something unhinged. And some of Canada's worst social media personalities, because it was incredibly close, started preemptively and baselessly denying its result. And eventually the NDP eked out a very narrow victory and formed a majority government. Well, the weirdo behavior from the BC Conservatives did not end with the election. Let me explain. See, in Canadian politics, there are usually critics, or sometimes they're called shadow ministers, and they're from the opposition parties. They tend to correspond more or less to the positions that exist in the actual government's cabinet. Like, there's a finance minister, and the opposition party will have a finance critic or shadow minister. But sometimes they'll infuse a little more politics into the roles they create for this so-called shadow cabinet or the critic roles. And that is exactly what BC Conservative leader John Rustad did with his latest shadow cabinet appointees. See, he announced a new critic portfolio, one that has no corresponding government ministry. It's for parental rights and sports. That's right, the same parental rights that has become a dog whistle a lot of people use when they're actually talking about anti-LGBTQ policies. It's never the stuff that is actually supposed to help parents, like, I don't know, free childcare or something. No, instead it tends to focus on stuff like the BC Conservatives did when they promised to end SOGI in schools. SOGI, for the record, is not a curriculum. It stands for sexual orientation and gender identity. It provides tools and resources to help make schools safer and more inclusive for all students. A very normal thing to campaign on a promise to end.
And also that was benefiting a lot of cisgendered heterosexual students as well, because, you know, it was teaching awareness and education. And it was about anti-bullying. So children that were maybe cisgendered and heterosexual that were targeted and harassed for perceptions of being queer. It also helped to prevent a lot of that type of bullying as well. So again, it never stays, like, as much as the right wing thinks it will never happen to them, it gets expanded. And eventually whatever group they're part of, unless they're top of the 1% and white and straight and cisgendered, they're eventually going to be a target. It's all about, you know, those wedge issues, just trying to eke openings so that they can get more and more and wider exposure and get more and more shoved through the door. Because they know, the right-wing conservatives, they know they can't just snap their fingers and do everything they want. They have to start small and keep on expanding out, because it's like the whole frog in boiling water type thing. You know, if you just start with these little things and you normalize it and make people feel, well, I guess, you know, parental rights, that sounds a bit normal and stuff like that. And you keep on normalizing, and before you know it, trans care for youth is now not accessible in Alberta, or won't be very shortly. In the United States, they're in the process of basically banning it nationwide. And then it won't stick with just trans youth. It'll be expanded to trans adults as well, and on and on and on. People need to be fighting back for this. Like, don't wait for it to be you before you start fighting back against the systems that are harming people. Don't wait for it to be your problem. Start now. And, you know, all the people who would suffer, maybe we can prevent some of that. Maybe we can reverse it. It's never too late to start, but it is too late for many. I guess, I don't know. I'm trying to say something. My brain's a bit fried. Like, I guess it's never too late to start, but by the time we do, it will be too late for some people. The time to do it is now. The time to do it was yesterday. We need to fight back harder. We need to fight back more forcefully. We need to push back. As far as I'm concerned, the Supreme Court in the United States is a completely, what's the word? Undemocratic, for one thing, but also corrupted system. Like, it is just, it no longer serves the purpose of what the court should have been. It is now just a way to implement hateful laws, to give Donald Trump what he wants, to give the right wing what they want in a fascist type state. That whole system needs to come down. It can no longer exist. Let's see.
Top of creating an entirely new portfolio dedicated to what's effectively a dog whistle. As for the sports aspect, there do tend to be ministers for sports, but Rustad also tried to basically ban trans athletes from any publicly funded sports teams with a private members bill in April, which was roundly voted down. So hopefully that's not the kind of thing that the sports aspect is about, but knowing these guys. What's more is he announced this position, which the name suggests is likely dedicated to pushing for the kinds of policies that research has shown makes trans youth more likely to leave us on the Transgender Day of Remembrance. So yeah, what do you think of all this?
Soul life. Illegitimate. Yep, that's the word that I was looking for. Mozart, welcome. Nadia, welcome to the Sandbox. Let's see. Seth Evans, funny how teaching kids to be less of an asshole just helps society overall. Yeah. Okay, so going to get into a lot of Doug Ford stuff. And it's not just Doug Ford provincially, but it's also Doug Ford federally. Like, the day may come when he tries to run to be prime minister of this country. I wish that was satirical in that statement, but nothing would surprise me these days. It wouldn't surprise me if the next leadership convention for the federal Conservative Party he tries to run and would win, considering everything he's doing here and he's still winning. Anyway, things that are corruption, things that are crimes, things that would collapse any other government seems to have no effect on the Doug Ford Conservative Party. They just keep on plucking along like nothing is wrong. But there are scandals that are happening within that party that the public is now being made aware of. Yet nothing, there is no pushback. There's no, people should be going to jail for what that conservative government is doing right now. People have gone to jail for doing exactly what this conservative government is doing. Yet there's never any accountability. So here we have Doug Ford's chief of staff missing months of government texts after phone was reset. And this is from Global News.
As Chief of Staff, Patrick Sackville is Premier Doug Ford's right-hand man, the top staffer tasked with implementing the government's agenda. But Sackville is under scrutiny because months' worth of his government-related records have been lost, all because of what the government says was a mistake.
This is an inadvertent error.
Global News recently filed a Freedom of Information Act request for communications between Sackville.
Just remember what happened when a whole bunch of things went missing from Hillary Clinton's emails and stuff. There are politicians in Ontario using their personal email, using their personal phone devices. Doug Ford is one of them who gives out his personal phone number. He does government work on it, yet he keeps those records sealed. He doesn't allow his phone records to get out there. Here's another staff member, and there's a whole bunch of them where this is the same problem, where they're using their personal devices for official government work, which means it's not in the records.
Phil and Metrolink CEO Phil Verster. Verster turned in cell phone text messages that included redacted information related to government business. Sackville didn't submit those same conversations. Sackville later admitted that those text messages were on a personal cell phone that was traded in. A vendor then reset the phone, meaning all of his government-related records over the course of 2023 are now considered to be officially missing.
That was funny how that happened, where a phone just gets reset and all of those records just go missing. Okay, you don't do that by accident. Like, it's intentional what they did, obviously. Because, like, even when I get a new phone and all that sort of stuff, somehow, a lot of my texts and all my information is still there because it gets transferred over. For this to be happening, and there's proof that it has happened, because, like they said, the correspondent, the person that he was having the correspondence with, had a copy of those texts, but then he didn't submit those copy of texts because, phone got reset, dog ate homework type thing.
The time that multiple investigations into the Greenbelt grab, including the OPP's initial investigation, were underway already. Deleting records related to government policy using personal phones or not is against the law.
This was an inadvertent error. And again, as I've said previously, it is important to note that the records in question are reflected in identical corresponding records.
Deleting government records is a serious offense. During the Liberal gas plant scandal, Dalton McGuinty's former chief of staff was convicted and jailed over the deletion of emails. A decade later, the Ford government finds itself under similar scrutiny over its handling of the Greenbelt.
So where's the accountability? There needs to be people going to jail for what is happening right now in the Ford government.
Some of the missing files may be related to the RCMP investigation. So what has happened is very questionable, very shady.
Earlier this year, Global News also revealed how Sackville relied on Gmail to run government business. What's unclear is whether those records have all been retained and turned over to the government. This is not just a suggestion. There are actually laws in place governing all staffers who walk through these halls of Queen's Park. Everything they touch that could be a government record, whether it's cell phone text messages, emails, or even handwritten notes, have to be retained for future records. And it's also the head of the individual department that's responsible for making sure that everyone in that department is compliant. In this case, it is the chief of staff and the premier himself who are responsible for making sure that all records in the Premier's office are preserved for the record.
Oops. The amount of what this government is getting away with. Where's the accountability? Where's the law going after him? Like, this shouldn't be allowed. There's so much money that Doug Ford has wasted in this province. So many things he has taken away. So many things he's planning to take away. So many corrupted deals. So much money, taxpayer money, being funneled to his buddies for, the spa and everything else that he's trying to do. Where's the accountability? Like, a lot of why the United States is in the situation it's in right now is because they were never holding people to account for the crimes that they were committing. You go back to January 6th, way back then. If their government had held Donald Trump accountable for the incitement of the riot, they wouldn't be in their situation right now. But whenever you refuse to hold them accountable for their crimes, it's not like that makes them, cautious. That emboldens them. It emboldens them to do more. And then they get into this whole thing. It's like, well, are you really going to hold me accountable now when I've already gotten away with all these things? Like, why are you now? It's bias because you're cracking down on me now type bullshit. Like, it's just ridiculous that so much corruption is going on right now in this government. And the law, which is generally speaking friendly with Doug Ford, but the more he gets away with, the more he'll do, the further he'll go, the more money, our money he'll spend, the more of our systems he'll privatize. The corruption just keeps getting worse. And there's more. There was the Ontario Auditor General report on Ontario Place redevelopment, and here's what, so Chris Glover is an NDP MPP. And here is some of what this Auditor General report has found out so far. The total cost of redevelopment for this, and this is for the Ontario Place, that spa that they want to put in place, the forest that they leveled earlier, just a little while ago. I've been following this story in a lot of detail. There's the moving of the Ontario Science Centre. All of that is all connected to the same project. So the total cost of redevelopment is $2.2 billion, and the cost to move the Science Centre is now $1.4 billion, whereas the cost to keep it at its original location is $1.3 billion. So the roof panels that needed to be fixed, all the renovations that needed to happen on the building of the Ontario Science Centre to keep it where it is cheaper, far cheaper than what they're doing right now. The government is irresponsibly spending your money to benefit their friends. Infrastructure Ontario executives were given preferential treatment to some participants and no meeting minutes were kept. Funny how information with this government just seems to never materialize. Therm Canada met with Premier staff and were offered direct access to the Infrastructure Ontario assessor. Therm's original captive investment was $350 million. Therm says they're going to invest $700 million in capital investments now, but they don't even have a legal requirement to do so. Their promise is just words on page. The government expects $2 billion in estimated revenue for Therm over 95 years to make up for the government's $2.2 billion investment. Our great-grandchildren will be the ones to finally see Therm pay back the government for its upfront investment. We'll all be long gone. And again, just their optimistic view of how much this luxury spa is going to make, like it's going to become some sort of big tourist attraction, is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like the numbers that they've put in there, again, I've covered it all. And the numbers that they're projecting of people who will go to this luxury spa, like it's not exactly a theme park. You know, Canada's Wonderland doesn't pull in the numbers that they're projecting that they're going to pull in, basically. Others in the process are willing to cover the $1 billion in costs on transit parking and public realm space that the government is spending on Therm. We have other options, but they chose this one. Conservatives are not fiscally responsible, and this scandal proves it. And this is a bit more on the bombshell Auditor General report. Says Ontario Place redevelopment, not fair, transparent, or accountable.
Ontario's Auditor General Shelley Spence has released her first annual report. It includes 9 value-for-money audits, including sections on the redevelopment of Ontario Place and also the province's opioid strategy and the immigrant nominee program. According to Spence, there are problems with ministers' zoning orders and major cost overruns in relocating the Ontario Science Centre, among other issues.
Between 2018 to 2023, a total of 114 MZOs were made. We found that none of the information packages that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing prepared for the minister during this time contained an assessment as to whether the MZO was necessary. The estimated cost of relocating the Ontario Science Centre to Ontario Place has increased nearly $400 million from the March 2023 business case that recommended the new building. We also found that the call for development process was not fair and transparent. For example, one of the participants was allowed to submit after the submission deadline and was presented as the preferred master developer, while others were ranked higher.
Spence was a
This is corruption in its boldest. Like, it's just undeniable corruption going on. It'd be like, oh yeah, the deadline passed, but we're still accepting this application from this company that we would prefer to go with. This can't, like, Doug Ford's office can't be allowed to get away with this. It's absolutely ridiculous that it's gone on this long.
Appointed last December. We'll have more details.
And this is from Merritt Stiles. She's the current leader of the NDP, Ontario NDP, that is. The Auditor General confirmed it. The Therm hit the jackpot and Ontarians got ripped off. Minister Surma denied it over and over. She must resign. If she won't, Ford needs to fire her. Like that's going to happen. So she's quote tweeting herself, though, saying, I don't use this word lightly, but I will use it. Doug Ford's government is corrupt. The Minister of Infrastructure, Kinga Surma, misled Ontarians for years. Now taxpayers are footing the bill for more than $1.8 billion. She's got to resign. Ford should fire her if she doesn't.
Point out, I mean, we have, as has the media, also been...
Ooh, that is super quiet.
I do want to point out, I mean, we have, as has the media, also been pointing out issues with the process and concerns about this for some time now. And the Minister of Infrastructure has stood in her place and denied it over and over again, even though she knew perfectly well what happened here. And so I think, again, that the first thing that has to happen is that the Minister of Infrastructure needs to resign. And if she won't do it, the Premier should be firing her right now. I do want to...
The buck stops with the Premier, and he doesn't care. He's not holding any of his people accountable for the corruption, because why would he when he's involved with it, when it's his buddies that are benefiting from all this corruption? But it would not surprise me if in the next federal leadership run, if he were to run, he'd win. Like, that's a sad reality of it. It wouldn't surprise me. He could win. And the thought of him being like the prime minister of this country, it's just a slush fund for all of his rich buddies to get richer, for him to get richer. It is horrible. Because here we go. Ontario spent record sum on advertisements to promote governing party. The Ford government has spent more than any other previous administration in any other year on advertisements, which the Auditor General has found were designed to promote the governing party. Auditor General Shelley Spence found, as part of her annual report in the fiscal year ending at the end of March, the province spent a total of $104.6 million on advertising. That is the most any Ontario government has ever spent on advertising in a single year, the Auditor General said, and triple what was spent the year before. Two biggest campaigns run over the past year focused on Ontario's economy and were worth roughly 65% of all government advertising last year. The Auditor General found advertisements were compliant with current legislation but would have broken partisan rules abolished in 2014. In the old act, partisan was much more defined, Spence said. So partisanship would have included that ads shouldn't have statements like some of them do. Is the ad providing information? Is it providing education? And in the ads that we outlined, it was really just fostering a positive view of the government party without providing other information that most ads would have. The former Liberal government changed those rules back in 2015, despite promising during the 2018 election to undo changes. The Progressive Conservatives decided to stick with them after they formed government. What? They went back on a promise, especially one that benefits them? Shocking. Of course. Prior to 2015, ads were banned if partisan if the intent was to foster positive impressions of government or negative impressions of his critics. But then Liberal government amended the rules. And as we can see, this little graph here, 10-year trend in government advertising expenditures in millions, and it's skyrocketing up. Let's see if I wanted to read anything more from here. So the Auditor General's annual advertising report looked at government advertisements that have been playing through hockey games, the Super Bowl, and news bulletins over the past year. The government has refused to disclose how much has been spent on them. We assessed their primary purpose as promoting the government party, the report said. Under the original act, the advertisements would not have been approved by our office. Opposition critics, who have long decried the government's advertising campaigns as a waste of public money, jumped on the finding. Also, Doug Ford has recently spent $100 million in advertising to the United States about Ontario. I touched on that in my last live stream. I'll be touching on it again later on. Ontario NDP leader Merritt Stiles said spending public money on advertisements was shocking and outrageous. Bonnie Crumby, Liberal leader, claimed the Ford government was using taxpayer dollars to improve its standing ahead of a rumored early election. Doug Ford is using government money to seek power for power's sake, ignoring that you don't have a family doctor and that he never delivered the tax cut he promised you 6 years ago, Crombie said in a statement. The amounts spent on government advertising generally follow a pattern, peaking in the year before a provincial election, Spence wrote in the report. The money the government is set to spend on advertisements is likely to grow after the province unveiled an advertising targeting the U.S. in wake of the recent tariff threats at the beginning of the week. All this money being wasted, being spended there on the spa, on advertising, all the corruption. And this is what the government decides to focus on. It decides to focus on ripping up bike lanes, on getting rid of supervised consumption sites, of expanding alcohol to all stores, to more stores, a year early, which cost, taxpayers in there $1 billion. Meanwhile, 2024, worst year for Ontario ER closures, CBC analysis finds. 1 out of every 5 hospitals with an ER or urgent care center had unplanned shutdowns, and this is from CBC.
This emergency department in rural southwestern Ontario tops the list with the highest number of hours closed this year.
You love to be number one, but not in this contest.
That department is part of a CBC News analysis. It found ERs and urgent care centres across Ontario were closed for more hours in 2024 than in any of the previous 3 years. That's because more ERs permanently reduced their hours, mostly in rural areas. The Chesley Hospital's emergency is one of those. Now it only operates between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. It's closed on weekends.
So if you have an emergency, it better be during regular business hours. Don't get sick outside of that.
Seniors in Chesley recently voiced concerns at a public meeting. This resident had a mild heart attack when the ER was closed. He had to wait for an ambulance and travel to another hospital.
If I'd had a serious heart attack, you wouldn't be interviewing me right now.
Yeah, my biggest concern is people will just delay, and then when they do finally go, it's a more serious condition.
I have the fear of something happening during the night when our ER is not open.
Most closures are due to a shortage of nurses. The Ontario government has pledged to train more nurses and provide fill-in doctors in remote and rural communities.
The health minister was asked this morning about the high number of scheduled closures.
Yes, it was concerning us. Yes, we continue to work with our hospital partners through Ontario Health to make sure that they have sufficient staff.
Ontario isn't alone. ER closures are a problem from Nova Scotia to British Columbia.
It certainly appears that the situation is worsening across the country.
Doctors, nurses, and advocates worry lives are at risk unless there are system-wide solutions. Julie Ireton, CBC News.
And this is, healthcare is one of those tricky things. It's a federal and provincial responsibility. So the provinces does the spending and rolling out, but the federal gives money to the provinces and kind of says, these are the requirements you need to fill. The federal government needs to be doing more to come down on the provinces for not fulfilling the role of, universal health care that we should be receiving. And I just wanted to, I think, get to a little bit more in this article. So even though 2024 isn't over, the data shows this will be the province's worst year for ER closures, a phenomenon that was very rare before 2019 to 2020, according to a report by the Office of the Auditor General of Ontario. And so top 10 ERs with the most days of partial closures or reduced hours. And so you have this graph here. Using the hospital news release media reports, CBC compiled all temporary closures and schedules changes announced to public funding hospitals and so on. Click to toggle between urgent care centers or emergency rooms. So these are the hours that they've been closed, I guess. 2022 to 2024. There is also here, so this was the graph that they showed in the video, how many hours Ontario ERs and urgent care centers have been closed since 2022. Scheduled closures refer to cases where a hospital or health authority has permanently or semi-permanently reduced the hours of emergency room or urgent care centers. Unscheduled closures are unplanned and sporadic in interruptions, as in they didn't have enough staff or something suddenly. I wanted to go down to... This is a long article, as you guys can see. So here we go. Reasons invoked by emergency rooms to temporarily close or reduce hours. So reasons for closure: nurse shortage, general staff shortage, COVID-related staff shortage, physician shortage, other, no reason given. Yeah. So 12 hospitals didn't have enough nurses and were closed for over 37,000 hours. But Doug Ford, you know, he didn't want to give raises to the nurses in this province. He's privatizing more and more of our healthcare to incentivize nurses to leave the public sector, to go into these private care sectors, to just make enough to live. But this is a long article, so I'm going to toss it into the Sandbox so that people can finish reading the whole thing if you would like. But what does this mean, like when we start privatizing? Because a lot of, in Ontario and other provinces, we do use private clinics to some extent for things that are covered under our healthcare. So if they're things that are covered under our healthcare, we shouldn't be charged for them. However, these private clinics are still for profit. They still want to make money. So they find workarounds. They find ways of, you know, getting money out of people. And so this is from CBC National. So one Ontario patient says a private clinic has her sign off on additional services that cost her thousands and even tried to get her to have another surgery that she didn't need.
In the beginning, they were $300 a prescription.
Lois Cooper says a private for-profit surgery clinic in Ontario cost her plenty, including her trust.
I wouldn't have ever spoken out if I hadn't heard Premier Ford say that these private clinics won't charge you money, won't charge extra.
Yeah, that's what he keeps on saying. But what he doesn't say is how much they're going to upsell you and take advantage of, you know, vulnerable people who might not understand what is and isn't covered, or, you know, they're afraid because they have this health condition going on with them. And the clinic's like, oh, well, we can do this and this and this. It'll be extra, but we can do this for you, even though it might not, in this person's case, even be necessary.
It feels like it's my public duty to say that's not true.
In 2016, Cooper had a macular hole in her right eye, causing a dark spot at the center of her vision. Within weeks, she saw an ophthalmologist. Cooper says she had vitrectomy surgery in a warehouse-like clinic and went home with bills.
I'd been sent there by my medical professionals. So that would mean to me that this is where you should be and this is how it's done.
Cooper's vitrectomy surgery was medically necessary, which the province pays for. But before that surgery happened, she was upsold and asked to sign off on optional tests, services, and procedures. She says the surgeon later recommended equipment, referrals, and a treatment for eye floaters that failed. Then Cooper says he told her there was a mass in her other eye requiring more surgery. That's when she started asking questions.
Where is it in the eye? What layer is it in? Where is it? And he just looked at me and he said, you can leave. And then he turned to his assistant and he said to her, he said, charge this appointment to OHIP. So I didn't have to pay for that appointment, but I had to pay for all the rest.
Cooper says she then went to another surgeon who told her there was no mass in her eye.
You don't have 10 years of medical training under your belt. So you're at a huge disadvantage when you're presented with information.
Data shows private for-profit clinics are overbilling and upselling Canadians for hundreds of millions of dollars.
We need to be concerned about upselling because it's the thin edge of the wedge towards extra billing, where patients are told they can only get something that's publicly covered if they pay out of pocket.
Again, one of the primary goals of my channel is to wake Canadians up to what is happening to our healthcare. Because I don't want to wait until it's as bad as the United States before people start pushing back and fighting back. You know, we need to start fighting now, and it will take the next 10 years just to get back to the healthcare we used to have 30 years ago. But we need to do that now. Like, our healthcare should be expanding. It should be adding things like universal pharmacare, universal dental, hearing, eye care, mental health care, physiotherapy care. All of that should have been expanded into healthcare. Instead, now we have all these private for-profit clinics that, you know, the public system gets so defunded that they send patients off to these private for-profit clinics where they are then upsold or told that they should need these other surgeries when in actuality they don't, because, you know, the private for-profit clinics want to make money. And they're pretty unscrupulous in how they try to do that. And when you're, like I said, when you're ill, when you're vulnerable, when you don't know what's going on, when we're so used to in this country just going and getting our health care without a second thought, a lot of people would just sign the papers without realizing that this was going to be billed to them. It is horrific that this is happening, and I just want to scream out loud and let people know that we need to push back now. We need to stop this now.
I just want people to be aware that when they go to a private clinic, make sure you ask questions. Don't sign any papers. Go there first and get all the information on what they're going to want from you, and then maybe go talk to somebody else.
Cooper says her vision is fine now. She can't figure out what purpose another surgery would have served, except profit.
So, Christine, we know this happens outside Ontario, too, BC, Quebec, for example. So how does someone protect themselves when they're going to a private clinic for something that is medically necessary?
No matter where you live in this country, it is illegal to be charged a fee for a medically necessary appointment, procedure, or surgery. We've already paid for this. Dr. Raza said if you find yourself in a clinic and you're being asked to pay fees, ask the question, do I need to pay this fee in order to get the care? Read documents you're given. If things are optional, it means you don't need them. There's such a power imbalance in these situations, and that's why provinces are supposed to be policing clinics that are upselling and extra billing people. They don't make healthcare better, just more expensive.
Yeah, but the provinces aren't going to do anything when it's their buddies that are making money from these for-profit clinics. Again, so much corruption that is going on right now with primarily conservative governments. It's not like it doesn't happen with the other governments, but it is just so blatant and so bold with the conservative governments right now. I'm going to take a little bit of a break from this topic. There's still more to cover with Ontario politics and Doug Ford and how horrible, just absolutely horrible human being he is. But first, go and check the Sandbox. Mozart. The Western world will all turn to fascism as capitalism fails. Kind of worried about that. It's there's like this cognitive dissonance. I don't know, this disconnect, this weird sense of like, I'm watching what's happening to this world outside of my body. Like this moment in history that we're going through right now. I never, like, you don't necessarily think you're going to live through a part of history that's going to be in the books for generations upon generations, analyzing what went wrong. You know, trying to figure out what led to this horrendous period in history, how the officials were allowed to get away with all of it. And I think it's slightly different now than it was before, because before you didn't have the internet and all the public records and stuff. But at the same time, I don't know if it's going to matter so much, because we have video evidence of what's happening in Gaza. We have video evidence of January 6th. We have all these records, and yet there's still so many people denying reality. that it's hard to say how future generations will actually be able to look back and analyze what happened now. But it is weird to be living through this period of time where you see the world around you, is about to collapse. And, a new style of governments is coming in, a new, regime is coming in. The life, the rights, the liberties we used to have, they're all changing. And you hear about those moments in history through textbooks, through documentaries, but it's just so bizarre to realize, no, we're going through it now. It's happening now. Let's see. MIDI doctors, UK Tory party lost their email and WhatsApp group messages. It's insane. Yeah. Seth Evans, couldn't you say that Doug Ford is something of a CEO of the province he's in charge of? Pretty much. As I've said before, Canada's culture is capitalism. And so if you expand on that analogy, and it's not really an analogy, it is pretty accurate when it comes down to it, then it would mean we don't really have elected government officials. It's more like we have CEOs running Canada as a corporation. And that is what this country is. It's a colonial corporation designed to make money. And, it reflects because the culture of Canada is capitalism. It's about, appropriating other cultures, reinventing things to make a profit off of it, to brand things, to label things, to give an image of what this country is, even though it's not. It's the idea of selling Canada to the rest of the world, an image of Canada to the rest of the world. And within that, all of the aspects of Canada that Canadians tend to hold to with some pride are all fake. Like even now, people still think of like Tim Hortons as a Canadian icon type thing, but Tim Hortons is a foreignly owned company now. Like it's not a Canadian company anymore, and it is just a corporation that builds off the brand of Canada. Let's see. MIDI doctors, neoliberal globalization spread corruption planet-wide. It's destroyed democratic institutions. This lack of accountability is a component in support of the New York City shooter. Yeah. Seen a lot of videos about that assassination down in the States, and I have a lot of not feelings about it. I guess you could say. As in, I have no feelings towards the person who was targeted. That said, I don't think it should happen. Of course not. But I understand the reaction to it because somebody who's responsible for millions suffering and thousands dying, getting taken out. I can understand why people are celebrating that. But there's a lot of issues with vigilante type justice. And part of it is there's no proof of guilt. There's no court type thing. So how long before people are just arbitrarily saying, I think this person is responsible for blank before they decide to make them a target? How many innocent people would be targeted? Also, when it comes to this type of vigilante justice, quite often it's the people on the left who get targeted far more than people on the right. And then it can get out of control and there could be misidentifications. So you target somebody that is completely the wrong person and it just leads to chaos and stuff. But at the same time, I understand why it's happened. It's like if you look at something on a much bigger scale, much more drastic scale, it's the same like when Hamas attacked Israel. Okay, we can all agree that was wrong. What happened was brutal and it shouldn't have happened. But if you know the history you understand why it did. And, I'm not celebrating the death of anyone. I'm not celebrating the death of anyone in Israel. I'm not celebrating this guy's death, although I don't care about him at all. I don't care. I have no feelings about him, his family, whatever, because he is a stranger to me. He wasn't a good person. And so I have zero feelings for the loss of him. And I do find it frustrating that so much attention is just given to this one wealthy individual when there are so many people being murdered every day by the police that gets no attention whatsoever. So I have no sympathy for him or his family, which is dark, but a lot of the people that are saying that we should be crying tears of pain over the loss of this person are the same people that have no sympathy for the Palestinians in Gaza, that are celebrating their deaths, where you see them celebrating their deaths. All these same people that were glad when a couple protesters who were blocking a street got shot by somebody who was in their car, who just got out and was frustrated that the road was shut down and shot them. Like so many other people get just no sympathy. People die every day and I have no sympathy for them because I don't know them. But it's just, we also can't, my worry is that in this moment where it's like, it feels like there's finally some justice, that it gets out of control. And then people feel like this is the only way they can get justice. And the more of this starts happening. And like I said, that leads to innocent people being targeted, or people being targeted for wrong reasons or misidentifications and all that sort of stuff, or innocent bystanders. Because in the video of the assassination of the CEO, there was somebody right next to him on the sidewalk. Somebody who was walking past, like that person wasn't with the CEO. They were just on the sidewalk at the same time. And fortunately, the shooter decided not to also target that person as a witness. But what happens when somebody does target someone and there is a witness nearby and they don't want that witness? Again, an innocent person would be targeted. So it is, I understand completely though why people are celebrating it, the frustration, the anger, and the lack of justice that they've been feeling over all this time. And, I can imagine, I can only empathize so much. I can imagine how much more it is for Americans, because we don't yet here in Canada have the same situation around healthcare. So as much as I can empathize, I can only imagine that it's even greater for the Americans who have suffered at the hands of these greedy health insurance companies. Let's see. Nadia Yvette Chambers, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Being LGBT in public has the huge issue that trans isn't clothing and makeup. Significant numbers bodies have been shaped by medical treatments in radical ways. Example, how does Kim Petras present male? Let's see. Yeah, people alter their bodies all the time. But now suddenly it's like, oh, well, we're going to not allow people to alter their bodies in this one specific way because we deem it wrong for some reason. And yet so many other people can alter their bodies in many different ways to better represent how they want to present, a better reflection of who they feel they are. But oh no, when it comes to gender, well, now there's going to be restrictions. Now the government gets to dictate what you get to do with your body. It is horrendous. It is horrible. And there are already places in the United States where they are trying to restrict people from being, trans in public, because there's the bathroom bans for one thing, but then there's other places that are trying to push through laws like you're not allowed to show any displays of being queer in public because that's grooming children. That's harmful to children if you do that. And it is horrific, the amount of backsliding these countries, Canada and the United States and other countries around the world are doing right now. And the amount of harm that's going to come from it. But But again, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. JN, my animosity for Doug Ford knows no bounds as a disabled person who can't work, but don't worry, he's got our backs as long as we can work. Oh, I know it. I know it. I've talked a lot about it on this channel because I also live with disabilities and rely on disability payments as my primary income. It is, and it's not just Doug Ford, as I'll get into later on. The way Justin Trudeau views people who live with disabilities is disgusting and horrific. And yeah, touched on it in my last live stream. A little bit more to add on to it in this one. Let's see. Oops, I jumped. Nadia Chambers also saying corruption is integral to conservative politics. It is indeed. Okay, also clarifying, there are people who have already done it. Look back at the chat. Okay. I'm trying to find it. Sorry. Sending it in their super chat to clarify it. I'm sorry I didn't. So Google Kim Petras and see what she looks like. That's already completed. Medical treatment. Do they force her to medical treatment to reverse it now or throw her in prison or what? Okay. Let's see. There we go. Okay, I get what you're saying now, is that for the people who have already been able to have the surgeries that they need to transition and stuff, does that mean that they're going to be forced to detransition? So, or if they're going to be allowed to be in public since they've already had these things as somebody who is trans. And there's a lot of scary theories around what will happen. And so some of it could be that you're not allowed to present in a gender that you weren't assigned at birth, which for a lot of people who have already had the surgeries and like the physical surgeries, the gender affirming care surgeries, that is impossible to do that. But they will be forcing a lot of adults to basically detransition when they stop allowing medications and stuff. Because again, at first it's just the youth, but then in some states it's up to now 25 where they want to ban any sort of hormone replacement therapy. And it's just expanding and expanding. But, you know, suddenly if you're not allowed to be trans in public, what is she supposed to do? When, you know, she looks like that. But thank you again so much for the super chat. I'm sorry I didn't quite get what you were saying, but I understand now more about what you're saying. It's like, it's a scary time for people. And you're also saying that this is part of the Christo-fascist agenda people are not understanding. Yeah, they're going to force people to conform to gender norms that they deem are the whatever their norms are, and that it's going to be based on the gender assigned at birth. And for a lot of people, they can't go back. They shouldn't have to go back. They definitely shouldn't be forced to go back. it is so scary what is happening in the United States right now, especially with that Supreme Court case that's, I don't think it's been ruled on yet, but it's not looking good. Okay, let's get back to it. So there's also an attack on people who live with poverty in this country, in this province. But, you know, in this country as a whole, but very specific examples of it in this province. And this was a story I was covering where Doug Ford is threatening to use the notwithstanding clause to take away people's protected rights for people who live in encampments, to basically say, okay, you have no rights, and round them up and just throw them in jail, not even with treatment. And he dared the mayors of big cities to have him do that, almost like that way he can have some plausible deniability, like, it wasn't me who wanted it. It was all these mayors. I was just doing what they asked me to do, even though he said, ask me to do it. Well, again, the steps are in process for him to do just that. This is from CTV News. Enough is enough. Doug Ford says municipalities will be given enhanced tools to respond to encampments.
Issue affecting cities across the province, and after a number of Ontario's mayors asked the province for help, the Premier announced today there will be new legislation to help municipalities deal with homeless encampments. CTV's Queen's Park Bureau Chief Siobhan Morris joins us now with the details. Siobhan.
Well, mayors all over Ontario agree they need more help to deal with the problem of homelessness. There's less consensus, though, about what exactly that help should look like. We'll get a better idea of what the Premier has in mind in the final days of the legislative session next week.
The government's preparing legislation for next week to crack down on homeless encampments. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario counted 1,400 of them last year.
1,400 encampments last year in a province of 14 million. I believe that's the population of this province. 1,400 encampments. Like, that is a crisis. It is an absolute crisis.
We've heard the people of the province of Ontario loud and clear. We've heard from our municipal friends loud and clear. They want the encampments cleared out.
There are promises for more funding for shelter space, tools for police to crack down on illegal drugs in public.
Keep in mind, they want, oh, we need more tools to crack down on people using drugs in public when they're closing down supervised consumption sites, shutting down 10 of the 17 of them in Ontario. Where do you think they go if they don't have those sites to go to? A lot of these things, these policies, these legislations put in place almost force people in these situations, people who are unhoused. It makes them into criminals by simply existing and trying to get by.
Penalties for those who continually break the law and new approaches to treatment and rehab.
We think that the resources that we're providing next week and the enhancements that we're providing next week will allow our partners to remove encampments.
So Doug Ford says he doesn't think he'll have to use the notwithstanding clause to override the charter, but it's a tool he is prepared to reach for if necessary. Earlier this fall, the Premier dared mayors to ask him to.
Let's see if they have the backbone to do it.
A 2023 court decision blocks municipalities from clearing encampments unless there's a shelter space for the homeless to go to.
This is an incredible step forward.
The mayor of Barrie, one of more than a dozen who asked the Premier for these measures.
They have to be used incredibly cautiously. They have to be well organized. And we need to make sure that we're continually investing.
The mayor of Toronto, skeptical.
We don't need to clog up our courts to deal with encampments.
Condemning the contemplation of the notwithstanding clause.
Help us build more supportive housing. Help us create more shelters. Help us bring people indoor. At the end of the day, that is what will work.
For the provincial opposition, the devil's in the details.
I want to see what he's offering up, but if there are not real housing solutions included in that legislation, then we're going to have to keep pushing for that.
There are also accusations more financial help for cities comes too late.
Now we're at a crisis point, and the Premier's solution is to tell people to leave when they have no place to go.
There should have been a strategy years ago, not months ago, with funding attached.
The Ford government last invoked the notwithstanding clause 2 years ago to try and prevent a strike by school support workers. They ultimately had to back off that move after national outcry. Reporting live from Queen's Park, I'm Siobhan Morris. Zoraida, back to you.
Thank you, Siobhan.
To Queen's Park.
Oops. Got distracted by something. So they mentioned a court case that happened last year, and I covered it at the time. So court rules Region of Waterloo can't evict people from encampment due to lack of shelter space. And so it basically, this encampment in particular that they were ruling on was on regional land. So the municipality had nothing to do with it. And they basically determined that if there were no suitable shelter spaces for people to go to, then they have a right to stay in the encampment. And so things that, hello, got a little kitty wanting to jump up on my lap. So things that would make a shelter space suitable are things like, are they pet friendly? Can you have your belongings? Like there are, in some cities, there are shelter spaces available, but they're not accessible to people. They're not ideal for people. A lot of people don't understand the restrictions that go on in shelters that make them so people can't use them. Like a lot of them, you're not allowed to be intoxicated in any way with drugs or alcohol. And some people might be like, well, that makes sense. And it's like, well, how? So you're expecting somebody to go cold turkey off their addiction in order to spend a night in a place, like without treatment? Like there's all these other rules and protocols, and if you're with a partner, you could be separated. Like all of these things that make some of the shelter spaces that are available not practical for people to use. And so the court ruled basically saying that if there are no suitable shelter spaces for people, they have a right to stay in the encampment. And so now Doug Ford is trying to find ways around that. And so we have this as a way of constantly the government attacking people who are, living with poverty, people who are suffering. Well, what about making it worse for people by TTC cops will now go undercover to catch people who try to ride for free. So trying to criminalize people who are trying to ride transit for free. And again, sometimes a lot of these people, it's not because they're trying to cheat the system. It's not because they're doing it for a good time. A lot of people can't afford to take transit, but they need to take transit. And so what they're now going to do is have cops that go undercover to try to find people that are skipping the fares. And it's a little bit more complicated than, jumping a turnstile, which you've seen down in the States in the subway systems. And this article will mention it. But then this gets into a lot of biases, a lot of racial profiling. Who do you think these cops will harass and ask the most about, like, did you pay for your fare? It's going to be based on their biases, their racial profiling. Also, well, that person looks poor, so therefore we're going to ask them if they paid versus the person who is, prepped up in a business suit type thing. Like it targets very specific people. So this is from BlogTO. Starting on Wednesday, certain TTCs, so that's the Toronto Transit Commission, I believe, fare inspectors will begin to patrol the transit system and issue tickets without uniforms as part of the agency's ongoing effort to curb fare evasion. The undercover approach was previously tested in 2018 and reintroduced 3 weeks ago with plainclothes inspectors who educated those found to be Okay. The undercover approach was previously tested in 2018 and reintroduced 3 weeks ago with plainclothes inspectors who educated those found to be riding illegally through the transit network. The TTC, yep. They were telling people, you need to be paying for your fares. They weren't charging people, but they were saying, you need to pay. They're educating people on how to use the new system. Okay. The TTC estimated that $140 million is lost to fare evasion annually and argues that having inspectors patrol in plain clothes will help to reduce those losses. You know what? Here's a bold idea. Transit should be free. Public transit should be free. Then you wouldn't have to worry about that. Tickets for fare evasion range from $235 to $425, depending on the nature of the incident. So for skipping something that's a few dollars, you can be charged hundreds of dollars. And again, the people most likely to try to do the fare evasion are people who are already living with poverty. And so now you're going to charge that person living with poverty hundreds of dollars because they needed to go somewhere on transit. While the TTC receives considerable operating funds from City, we rely heavily on the fare box to support our operations. When people don't pay, that impacts our ability to increase service and keep fare prices low, says TTC CEO Greg Percy. Now is a lousy time to be a CEO of certain corporations. We prefer all customers to pay for their rides rather than issue tickets. At the same time, we have to let people know we're serious. Undercover inspectors will carry IDs and equipment and be equipped with body-worn cameras to record customer interactions, because we all know how well body cams work and how often they tend to not work. This new approach is the second fare evasion initiative implemented by TTC this fall. Back in September, the transit agency began eliminating the no-tap gates at subway stations to capture lost fares, and collectors were redeployed to assist customers who required help with gates. Just a second, I'm getting a knock on the door. I'll be right back. My friends really need to learn my schedule, which is hard when I don't have one. I have friends in the building. It's like, no, now's not a good time to be asking for a cup of sugar. I need one of those like do not disturb signs or something, or put a sock on the handle. Anyway, where was I? However, not everyone is in favor of this new initiative, including TTC Riders, a membership-based organization of transit riders in Toronto. The TTC should be a welcoming public service for everyone. Plainclothes fare inspectors is a mistake that will fuel conflict and an environment of mistrust that could be abused, the organization wrote in a statement following the release of the TTC's plan. Just going to get down to here to make it really... This is one of the biggest problems with this. TTC rider statement on plainclothes fare inspectors. Does the TTC really expect transit riders to hand over their credit and debit cards to strangers claiming to be fare inspectors. Yeah. There's so much wrong with this, and it's hard to know where to start. If the point of fare enforcers is to encourage people not to pay fares, why be in plain clothes? What would not wearing a uniform accomplish that wearing one wouldn't? Yeah. How are you supposed to trust? So if somebody in plain clothes starts harassing you about like, oh, how did you get on here? Show me proof that you've paid for it. Where's your credit card? Where's your debit card to prove that you've paid to come on here? How are you supposed to know who this person is? Like, it just leads to a lot of really potentially bad things happening. But it's not just this, where they want more cops. It's also the PC government wants to bring armed police officers back into all Ontario schools. Here's why I know that is not a good intervention. Let's address violence in schools before it happens. Guns don't end violence. And this is from NDP MPP Jill Andrew. Yeah, let's have more police in the transit system, more police in schools. What could possibly go wrong? It's like, if only there was an example of how this goes wrong somewhere nearby, like, you know, almost like what you would call a neighbor, like maybe a southern neighbor, or like maybe a whole bunch of examples down there of why this is a bad idea.
As a child and youth worker, teacher, and equity advisor, I want to thank every adult in our schools who continue to give their level best to uplift our students and to work towards their social, emotional, and academic success, despite chronic underfunding of education and understaffing by this Conservative government. The government member has tabled a motion that in effect calls for the return of armed police officers into all of our Ontario public schools. I cannot support this problematic motion, as there is no evidence indicating that the presence of police in schools ends violence. But what evidence has shown is that police in schools can and has led to racial profiling, over-policing of predominantly black students. Militarizing our students is not the answer to ending violence. And militarizing our schools as well is not the answer. Guns do not end violence. We need to be prioritizing violence prevention before the violence occurs. In June of 2022, the interim Toronto Police Chief James Raymer apologized to black community members as race-based data validated what many of us in the black community had long known through experience, that there was and is anti-black racism in the institution of policing, and that black folks are statistically more likely to be stopped, to receive use of force, assumed to be acting criminally, have a gun pointed at us, or be killed in an encounter with police than our white counterparts. This isn't about saying that all cops are bad. That would be ignorant. This is a critique of the policing institution and how its systems view blackness and black and brown bodies, which inevitably invades the belief systems of many officers, including even BIPOC officers. Many children and youth, parents, teachers, education workers, and community-based advocates and organizations like Policing Free Schools have spoken out across our province against police in schools programs. It's how we got our SRO program abolished at the TDSB. Studies from the Ontario College of Teachers, Ontario Human Rights Commission, and the Ontario Alliance of Black School Educators have shown police presence in schools does not make the classroom safer, especially for many BIPOC students who have repeatedly reported feeling uncomfortable and intimidated by the police. I welcome all MPPs to read the Ontario NDP document, End Police Violence, Invest in Black, Indigenous, and Racialized Lives, and Ontario NDP Commitment to Actions. That's how we solve violence before it occurs. Let's invest in evidence-based supports in our schools, a better education funding formula, more education workers, and mental health supports, and let's also address the issues in community, like tackling housing, job and financial insecurity, student hunger, and poverty that have a direct impact on how our schools function. Thank you.
Yeah, all this does is add stress to certain groups of people. It targets certain groups of people. There's way too many biases in the police system right now and what for? Like, what is the goal? What's the objective? Like, what is the problem in our schools right now where, you know, Doug Ford is thinking we need to bring police officers back into school? What's happening? I haven't heard that, you know, schools have suddenly become crime hubs. Like, to be fair, I might be out of it. I don't pay attention to what happens in schools because I don't go to school. But I haven't been seeing things in the news that makes it seem like things are just so out of control in our schools right now that, oh no, we need to do something. Like, I don't know, add more cops. nothing good will come of this. Having police officers in school, nothing good comes of that. It just, it makes certain groups of people feel like they're constantly being scrutinized and watched, and puts them on edge of, what if I do something wrong? Because again, it's certain kids, black and brown kids, that will be targeted the most. And as I've shown in this live stream and plenty of live streams, it's not very balanced on who the cops go after, because you have pro-Palestinian protesters where 14 people get arrested at, a protest with only 100 people. But then you have a protest with 20,000 pro-Israeli protesters. No one gets arrested. The cops pick and choose, and they have their own biases on how they apply the law. And so, you have way too many people with their own personal biases that will be applying the law not in an equal fashion. It's never in an equal fashion. It's never across the board. It is based on whoever they feel like charging, and whoever they feel like, oh, they're just a good little kid, and we need to let them off the hook. They're going through a rough patch. That's all. Absolutely ridiculous. And so who's going to stand up to Doug Ford? We have Merit Stiles. She's the leader of the NDP. She has done some good things when it comes to getting the Auditor General to look into things and certain commissions set up. But she's not inspiring. The media doesn't focus on her, but of course they don't, because she's the NDP leader, and they rarely ever acknowledge her the way that they should be as the opposition leader. But also, she doesn't really represent the base. She's a privileged woman, wealthy woman. She doesn't represent the working class. She doesn't speak to the needs of the working class, or people living with poverty, or people living with disabilities. She kicked out Sarah Jama from caucus earlier because Sarah Jama was bold enough to say, Palestinians deserve human rights, shortly after October 7th. She's not inspiring. She's not a good leader. She's not going to rally people behind her, hence the results of the last election. If she had been a little bit more up to task, a little bit more giving people a reason to come out, then maybe Doug Ford wouldn't have had such a big majority again. But there's also the Liberal leader. Well, maybe they can turn things around and become the new leader, the Justin Trudeau of Ontario. Well, let's see what she's like. Here's Bonnie Crumby, the leader of the Liberal Party of Ontario. There's a new type of Liberal in town. Centrist, sensible, and focused on delivering real solutions to the challenges Ontarians face. Oh. How is that new? Again, could we please stop having all the campaign advisors for Biden and Harris coming up here to Canada? Because we have the vibeflation phrase that I'll be touching on again. And now we have this other centrist, elitist, establishment liberal saying it's a new type of liberal. Yeah, we are centrist and sensible. I know the conservatives are the common sense ones, but we're the sensible ones. And we're totally going focused on delivering real solutions to the challenges Ontarians face. Of course, that's what we do at the Liberal Party. We're nothing like the other parties. Just... Do they not listen? I guess, no, they don't listen to people. That's part of the problem. They never listen to people, because if they did, they would know that this type of incumbency, this type of the same old status quo isn't working for people anymore. So she says, last night was our first leaders' dinner in over 8 years, raising over $1.65 million to fund our campaign. Yay! Look at all this money we made from rich people. With your support, we're ready to take on Doug Ford and deliver more for healthcare, more for education, and more to bring back affordability that Ontario families deserve. You see, part of the problem when it comes to healthcare and the education and all that sort of stuff is the Liberals, for a long time, have been putting in policies to weaken the system. They were already undermining it. They just weren't doing it as much as the Conservatives. And so then when the Conservatives came around, it was just down to bare bones structures that all the Conservatives had to do was boop for it to fall over. Because they were already, there is a word in my brain for what they do that I can't think of right now. Oh, it's so brain bug me. When they start cutting away things that they don't, so brain bug me that this word is on the tip of my tongue and I can't seem to think of it. Let me know what you think it is in the Sandbox. So this is a new era for our party. Let's work to get and make it happen. If you're with me, chip in here. Yes, give us more money. Yay. And just somebody pointing out, in the leadership race last year, 47% of Liberal members voted to literally but anyone but you as a leader. You were their fourth choice of 4 people. Now, rather than try to keep progressives on side, your surrogates approach me and say that I should leave. Enjoy the NDP. Yeah. This is nothing new. This is the exact same status quo. Austerity. Yes. Okay, you guys, we're on the same page. The Sandbox. You know, we're one. We are one. You all are my producers. You're great. You know exactly what I mean. Austerity, yeah. Sabotaging and defunding, undermining are all words that are relevant too. But the word I was looking for specifically was austerity. And because like I have the story of what happened to my grandmother in a long-term care home and how the last few weeks of her life were just hell, horrendous, horrific. That was when the Liberals were in charge of the province. That was when they had defunded the healthcare system, the long-term care homes so much, where there wasn't even a hospice room available for my grandmother to be in the last days of her life. And when she passed away and we were sitting and waiting for her body to be collected, they put her roommate down for their afternoon nap beside her. That was the Liberals in charge then. So they offer nothing new. They're the status quo. They're the same old, same old. And do you know what this leads to? Because here they are trying to say, we're going to change things by not changing them at all. It leads to this. The polling dashboard from Main Street Research is projecting a 0% chance for either the NDP or Liberals to form a majority or minority government, according to the current polling numbers. Again, I despise polls. I despise them with a passion. I don't think they should be coming out because I believe this is very accurate. There's no doubt about it. I do believe that this is an accurate reading. But what this does is discourage anyone to think there's any hope of changing it, which is really sad because my mentality is you vote you vote with the urgency that you have the ability to change things, that your vote matters. You vote with the urgency of knowing that if enough people do, it can flip things around. But this is disturbing. That despite everything, all the corruption, all the things that I've already mentioned about Doug Ford, the social murder he is responsible for, especially those living with disabilities and poverty, all of that, and he would still win in a landslide right now. That is how completely politically illiterate this country is. Because I say the country, it's not just Ontario where this is a problem, but this country is so severely politically illiterate that we run the very strong possibility, the absolute likelihood that Doug Ford would get back into power now. And this is why I'm afraid of him calling an early election. And I know he's planning on doing it sometime tied to the next federal election. Before or after, I'm not entirely sure, but it will be close to the next federal election. And it is just, again, so disturbing that he will win with a majority next time. Again, despite everything, despite the quality of life of people going down, 1,400 encampments people are forced to live in. You know, all of that. And he would still win. This is why I want my channel to succeed. It's not out of like some sort of, you know, self-indulgence, pride, you know, ooh, maybe if my channel succeeds, I'll get more money. No, I want my channel to be popular, to have enough numbers watching it so that this doesn't happen, to help educate the population, to make it so we're not so politically illiterate. You know, I want to prevent this from happening. Like, the original reason why I got involved in politics way back when, you know, not to bring up TYT or anything, but they did actually inspire me to get involved in politics before this channel was even an inkling in my eye. Is that the phrase? That is not the phrase, but it is now. Before it was even an inkling in my eye, this YouTube channel, I was inspired to get involved with politics. And part of that was watching the first election of Donald Trump down in the States and how engaged I was with that, especially with all the coverage. And then suddenly Donald Trump gets into power, and a couple things I start realizing, like, I'm more engaged with what's happening down there than I am up here. And I want to try to do everything possible to make sure that doesn't happen up here, because if it happens in the States, that they can elect someone like Donald Trump, it's only a matter of time before that happens here. And well, it did. And so I wanted to get involved in politics to do everything I could to prevent that from happening. And still, my goal is to prevent that from happening. It's already happened, but I want to stop it from happening. I want to, you know, prevent Doug Ford from getting into power yet again. I want to prevent Pierre Poilievre from getting in power and destroying this country even more. I need to do everything possible, but with so few people in this country plugged into what's happening, it's hard. It's an uphill battle for sure, but like I said, there are people who would be alive today had any other government gotten into power in this past provincial election, in the past 2 provincial elections. If any other government had been in power. And we have the leaders of the NDP and the Liberal parties here in Ontario, Bonnie Crumby and Merritt Stiles, and to be honest, I can't tell them apart when looking at them. They are the same type of white woman. You know, wealthy, privileged, the air of establishment, not representative of their base, all of that. And so they're not even giving people good options. It can be very disconcerting, very depressing, but the important thing is we can't give up. We got to keep on fighting back. We got to keep on pushing back. We got to keep on, you know, trying to educate people, trying to turn the direction of this sinking ship, because people's lives are literally on the line. And it's important for people to vote like people's lives are on the line, because they are. And so it's up to, because the mainstream media isn't doing a very good job of it, it's up to other people who have the ability to do what you can when you can. And one of the things that I can do is this YouTube channel. And so I'm doing what I can when I can to try to, you know, prevent this from happening again. And like, even when it comes to the federal election, the provincial election, I know at this point the likelihood of Justin Trudeau winning the next one, it's not going to happen. Pierre Poilievre is going to win the next election. That doesn't mean to give up. And this is part of the reason why I want to get on to the American leftist shows that are, you know, have a much larger audience than mine, because it's all about preparing for the next time and the next time, or preparing for what's about to happen. Because I want to encourage people to get involved with the riding association, especially the NDP one, to start trying to get the party back to where it should be. And in order to do that, you need more people involved in the riding associations to make sure that the establishment within the NDP isn't forcing candidates onto the riding that they don't want, to actually force the NDP to get back to its roots. But the thing is that when you join the riding association, the other massive benefit that you have with that, even if your candidate stands no chance of winning, is you are then introduced to a group of people who are similarly politically minded. And that's where you get to organize. Those are the people that you meet that you can organize with, because it's all about getting ready for the instant Pierre Poilievre is in power, that we're there and ready to push back, that the signs are already made, that we already have our shoes on, our walking shoes on to go hit the strikes, to go hit the protests, to go hit the streets, to protest, to strike, that we are already geared up and ready to go on day one. And that's what we need to do now. It's about, getting ready, getting our emergency bags ready for the amount of work we're going to have to do to push back against these governments. And it's not, again, it's the long game. We fight, we plant all these seeds now for a garden we might not ever see bloom, but it's so vitally important that we do our part now, so that later on, future generations, future groups of people, they have a much better chance of turning things around. Okay, check the Sandbox again, then we'll get into the next bunch of news, which is more federally based. Let me just get that ready. I'll try to go through it pretty fast. There's not that much there, but I want to get through it pretty fast because I've already been at this for a really long time. My live streams they're long these days. They're long. And Nadia, oh my gosh, thank you again so much for another $10 super chat. So she grew like that from childhood, talking about Kim Petras with puberty blocking. They'd have to surgically masculize her if there's no way for her to look male, or they're too cheap, she'd life imprisoned or executed. Yes, that's part of the issue around forcing children to not be able to transition or to go through the puberty of what their gender is, because if you go through your proper puberty, if you get the proper hormones to go through the puberty that you are, the difference, like the physical, biological difference separating them when they become adults is so, it's non-existence. It falls right in line with cisgendered people of the same gender. Like if you get the testosterone, then your bone mass is bigger, your muscle structure is bigger, you grow the same way any cisgendered male would grow. And the same with hormones for female puberty. You do that, and your body, when you go through puberty, your body will change, and then it changes into the gender that you are. And so when you are an adult at that point, you don't have to get the surgeries, you don't have to get the gender affirming surgeries to make yourself look more masculine or make yourself look more feminine, because you've already have that body in place. You already have that. And so what this is doing is making it harder then for trans people to exist in society as is, because they're going to be clocked more. It's harder for them to then get the surgeries needed to affirm their gender and to just be who they are, live their lives. And so, yeah, like you're saying, Nadia, what then? So for the people who've already gone through puberty, who already have the bodies that is theirs, even if you prevent hormones at that point, they already have that body, so you would have to like surgically alter them to make them look more masculine or more feminine again. It is something that they already have, and so you would force them to what? You know, get surgeries so that they look more like what the ideal typical male would look like, or they're just not allowed to ever go out in public because they can't change the way their bodies grew. Yeah, it is to deny, like, all of the trans people I know, they only have one regret, and that regret is that they weren't able to access the care sooner. All the trans people I know wish they could have done it through puberty, wish that they could have gone through the proper puberty. And there is no doubt in their minds either. And to deny so many children in that, because, you know, I know a couple trans women who are older and all the things that they've been through and had to fight for, and just, you know, how they could finally just look at the youth and think, wow, they have it. They finally have it. They can have the lives I never had, type thing. And now to see that being stripped away from them again, it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying what we're doing to people. John Davis says, how about making housing affordable, paying a living wage instead of treating a homeless as criminal? Oh, wait, I forgot fascism. Yeah. Nadia also saying, undercover cops is what used to be called secret police. Cops are typically right-wing Christo-fascist chuds. The Wild West without uniforms? Nah, I will be needing your name and badge number. Yeah. Hello, crotchety. Yeah, if someone is poor, then transit should be automatically free, no additional adjudication needed. Police must prove the person can afford to pay the fare or the fine. Let's see. Crotchety, Vancouver, BC has a program for free fare passes, free community center, family passes, etc. for low income or no income people. That's good for that city. That's the thing. A lot of the transit is municipally run, so it's going to be different depending on where you live. And like I know in my area, there are low cost passes you can get, or passes that are $20 or $40 cheaper than what the regular cost for a pass would be, a monthly pass. The problem with that is that the city only allots a finite amount. It's not on a per need basis. It's just, here's the amount. If there's more people that need it, tough for them. They're on a wait list. And so if you are a person in need of that pass and you get that pass and you finally get into the queue where you can get that pass, well, let's say the next, you know, a few months later, you get a job, but you're not sure that job will stick, but then you feel guilty about having the pass because you can now pay for the pass. But if you give up your spot, then you go back down to the bottom of the list. It should just be free. There's studies, there's places that have done it for free. I've featured them on my channel. Free transit benefits the community. It benefits the local economy as well. Let's see. John Davis, the police will be there to make sure trans rights, gay rights, and math and science are not taught. The Wild West, ew, centrist. Yeah. Might as well go and have an interview on TYT at that point. If you haven't seen it yet, check out my video I did recently on TYT. It was part of a live stream and became half the live stream, and I cut it down a bit. The video is 2 hours long, but I think it's a good watch. Let's see. Seth Evans, were the Liberals red in that graphic? Say you're American without saying you're American. In Canada, the Liberals are red, and the Liberals are the equivalent to the Democrats in pretty much every way you can think of. And the Conservatives are blue, and the Conservatives are the equivalent to the Republicans in every way that you can imagine. It is reversed in this country from your country, yes. It is confusing as somebody who is dyslexic and covered at one point both American and Canadian politics regularly. Let's see. So why don't we just get into the next little bit of it? In my last couple live streams, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned that I am pissed off with Justin Trudeau for lots of reasons, but in particularly recently, there was the $250 check that they're sending out to everyone who had an income, which means people living with disabilities will be ruled out of getting that $250 check. And he's been a very arrogant prick asshole over it and just saying, no, this is about rewarding people who can work. Fuck those people who can't work. This is about showing extra gratitude towards those who actually contribute to society. The rest of them can just go fuck themselves in dire poverty that we have legislated them into. He is horrendous when it comes to people living with disabilities and his treatment of them. Absolutely brutally horrendous. And I covered it in my last live stream, but it didn't end there because, he also tweeted this out recently. When all persons with disabilities can fully participate, our economy, our society, and our communities will be so much stronger. We're not there yet, but thanks to the relentless work of advocates, Canada is becoming a better, more inclusive place. The only people with disabilities he ever acknowledges are those who can fully participate in the economy. The programs he puts in place for people with disabilities is to help them get back into the workforce without really understanding a lot of people with disabilities. It doesn't matter what you do, they can't participate in the workforce because they're living with a disability. And it just pisses me off, again, so much how arrogant and short-sighted and ableist this asshole is. But he puts a smile on it. And as this person was pointing out, saying, as a parent, Rob Gilazoo, as a parent of 2 kids with disabilities, I've got pretty much the opposite take to the Prime Minister. We've seen no meaningful improvement in the federal measures to support the inclusion of children with disabilities. And if anything, we've been backsliding at the provincial level. And that is true. Because when it comes to people relying on disability payments, it hasn't been keeping up with inflation for the rare times that it actually has gone up. The amount has gone up, but there's no more help getting accessibility to homes that are accessible for people, to places for people to live. Of course, the absolute one of the most disgusting things on the federal level is the fact that Justin Trudeau and the Liberals have made medical assistance in dying more accessible than, the care people need, the assistance people need to live in society. And there have been people who have applied for and have been granted medical assistance in dying because they could not access something as simple as a chemical-free place to live. Or they couldn't get the in-home care they needed, or they couldn't get a multitude of things to help with their disabilities. And so they applied for medical assistance in dying. And Justin Trudeau has made that more accessible than, granting people dignity of life. So disgusting. And that he constantly will tweet out and be like, no, we're there for you. Absolute horrendous human being that man is. But as Rob was saying, that on provincial level, it has been backsliding as well. Well, you see, representation matters. And Sarah Jama, who's probably one of the best politicians we have in this country, federally or provincially, she is provincially. And she is an advocate, partly because she is also living with disabilities. And one of the most underrepresented groups in government are people living with disabilities. There are lots of people in government with mental health issues and mental health, what should be qualified as a disability, that just go ignored. But, you never see somebody who, you almost never see somebody with like mobility devices, hearing devices, hearing aids, people who are blind that need devices to help them with their regular tasks. Because the barriers put in place for people living with disabilities to actually make it into office are immense. And they don't get the help. And then, so we get a wonderful, wonderful person finally in office who can speak to these issues. And yeah, the quality of life people with disabilities have in this province has been decreasing as of late because of the Doug Ford government. And so here is Sarah Jama. She tweeted out, "Today is International Day for Persons with Disabilities. As the only person with cerebral palsy to be a member of the Ontario Legislative Assembly, I wrote to Minister Raymond to express my disappointment with his government's handling of accessibility in the province." That is super tiny. I am sorry. I will fix that for you. I keep on forgetting with this that you can't zoom in on those. That is better. Okay. So here is her letter in much larger print. There we go. So her letter is, "As you know, today is the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. As the only person with a developmental disability, cerebral palsy, to be elected in the history of the Ontario Legislative Assembly, I thought it was important to personally write to you and express my disappointment with this government's handling of accessibility in the province." Ontario was slated to be accessible by 2025 in accordance with the Accessibility of Ontarians with Disability Act, AODA. With the consistent freezing of standards committees, no real accountability measures in place for violations of the AODA, and no real plans to meet the 2025 deadline, we are in a critical phase for decision making. You must act to change the course and prioritize this portfolio of yours. There is a significant shortage of accessible housing and rehabilitation services for adults with disabilities in Ontario. Education workers are overwhelmed as they are not provided with necessary resources to adequately support disabled students. Disability advocates have long called for the inclusion of housing and education standards with Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. Autistic youth have been abandoned by our publicly funded healthcare system. Most concerning, disabled individuals across Ontario who are unable to work are forced to live in deep poverty with the Ontario Disability Support Program, ODSP, with many considering medical assistance and dying made as a means of escaping the severe hardship they face. Furthermore, many individuals who require home care to survive are not receiving it. For example, a constituent in Hamilton Center was left in her bathtub for over 24 hours because her home care worker did not show up. Accessibility is more than just a checklist with standards. Your portfolio requires you to collaborate with an intersectional way with the Ministry of Health, Housing, Social Services, and others to ensure that disabled people from all backgrounds are not legislatively punished simply because their bodies function differently. Raise ODSP rates to a livable wage. Fund special education in Ontario. Invest in accessible and supportive housing. Meet your minimum AODA standards by 2025 as promised. Stop privatizing healthcare. This will help build a society where disabled people are valued for who they are rather than being reduced to a category of productive or unproductive. I request a meeting at your earliest convenience to discuss how we can work together to address these urgent issues and ensure meaningful progress on accessibility in Ontario. Absolute legend, Sarah is. Just absolute legend. I want her to be Prime Minister of this country. Just horrific circumstance. And they're not isolated. Those types of situations that she mentioned are not isolated. And again, it is just, this is a federal and provincial responsibility, and neither of them are doing the full extent of what they can do to support people living with disabilities. Like, I still live in constant anxiety that something is going to happen to my disability payments. And if that happens, the effect it could have on my life might be terminal, because I can't survive without it. I can't hold down any sort of like normal job. I'm incapable of holding down any sort of normal job. Because it's not like I can look at a job and be like, okay, make sure it has this, this, and this, and this, and this for me to do, and it checks all these, and I'm qualified to do those. Okay, now, forward government, here are the jobs that I have deemed I can do well. Force them to hire me. That's never going to happen. Instead, they want to try to force people with disabilities to work in jobs they can't do. They'd much rather the people suffer than the corporations. But just, Sarah Jama, absolute legend. Just wonderful, wonderful person. Okay, check the Sandbox quickly, and then we'll get a little bit more follow-up with the whole Justin Trudeau going down to Mar-a-Lago. Let's see. Oh, not much time has gone by. Looney Tunes 9000. Oh shit, I didn't know Trudeau was an ableist. How long have you been watching my content? Yeah, he's horrible. And saying, isn't Trudeau about to lose Canada anyway? Oh yeah, he is, absolutely. But Pierre Poilievre is going to be so much worse. I apparently, as everyone can tell, I have a lot of disdain for Justin Trudeau, but I'd still much rather him in than Pierre Poilievre. But he's totally going to blow that out of the water. The Wild West, things were better 20 years ago, unbelievably. And we were dealing with Mike Harris. Yeah. Yeah, that's the sad thing. Like when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to the quality of life for people with disabilities, poverty, all that sort of stuff, better 20 years ago than what we're dealing with now. Okay, try to get through these next ones a little bit faster. Let's see, just looking forward at my docket. There's some funny moments in the next little bit. And then I'm probably going to end it with what was touched on earlier, which is kind of a downer, but you know, it's things Canadians need to know. And then we'll just chat and chill. Chill and chat? Chat and chill. We'll just play in the sandbox. Here we go. So, Donald Trump had tweeted this out or truthed this out. And as everyone is pointing out, that's the Matterhorn. That is Switzerland. Yeah. And this is, you know, this was a bit of a play on his joke that Canada is going to become the 51st state of the United States. But just there's so much wrong with this picture to begin with because it's AI generated, so it sucks right off the bat. But just wearing a business suit on top of a mountain overlooking another mountain with a big Canada flag that is not accurate because the stem does not go down to the edge. Stupid picture. But it's a bit rubbing in the face, the idea that, you know, Donald Trump is joking about Canada becoming the 51st state. And I'll talk a little bit more about why there's a certain level of angst with that statement. But here's Bernie Sanders pointing out, Trump has suggested that Canada become the 51st state in our union. Does that mean we get to adopt the Canadian healthcare system and guarantee healthcare to all, lower the cost of prescription drugs, and spend 50% less per capita on healthcare? I'm all for it. And sometimes the joke that gets thrown back at Americans when they say, oh yeah, Canada should be the 51st state, we say, well, you should be the 11th province. But the reality is we don't want you. I like the border. As much as I'm for a borderless world, right now as is, I like being a Canadian versus the idea of merging and becoming any sort of relation with Americans. Because there's a difference depending on what side of the border you're on. And, you know, on my channel, I talk about all the downsides of, you know, the Canadians, the colonialism, the white nationalism that happens up here, the standard of living, what's happening to our healthcare. I bitch and complain about that all the time because I want it to be better. I want this country to be better. But as is right now, I much prefer to be here than in the United States. It's much safer for me. Our healthcare system up here, as flawed as it is, has saved my life 5 times over. And I've talked plenty of times about this with Americans. Yeah, this isn't, but the thing is that this joke is becoming really, again, there's some anxiety attached to this now. And I'll get a little bit more into it. Oh, so there we're talking about the tariffs. So, okay, I'll go back to the main screen and talk about why this is so exciting. So there was sorry, let me just get back onto here. Oh, I have my docket out of order, I think is part of the problem. Okay, so we'll go back here. So this is a Twitter account called Polling Canada. Dear anti-Canada Canadians that are here, please unfollow me. I don't want your unpatriotic crap in my feed. Thanks. Now, I have a Canada flag in my logo, on my handles and stuff, but it's not out of patriotism. I'm not proud to be Canadian. I'm grateful to be Canadian. But I understand this, though, what Polling Canada is talking about, because more people are joking about this. So Kevin Sorbo, horrendous human being, tweeted out, "Annex Canada." In Pulling Canada, just saying, "Stay in your own lane, yank." And some people are joking they'd have to find us on a map first. But then there's also people saying, definitely wouldn't be opposed to it. Not one bit. 51 state, 100. Run a poll. People saying, I'm with Kevin. I dare you to open a poll about this. Next time I get a survey invite, please put a question. Do you strongly disapprove of USA annexing Canada? Phrase it however you want. Blah, blah, blah. Run the poll. Like most of the replies here, I would welcome my new overlords. I'd vote to become an American. We would be better off. No, we would not. Agree philosophically, but decided, basically a lot of Canadians saying, oh yeah, sure. Let's become American. And a lot of Americans teasing us about it. Like, oh yeah, you're definitely going to become, the 51st state at some point. And here's where my anxiety is about this, because they're joking about annexing Canada and stuff like that. And would we ever see something like what's happening in the West Bank? No. But could it happen? Possibly. You see, there's a certain level of anxiety of being the neighbors to the United States when you have somebody who's so unhinged like Donald Trump in power. And Justin Trudeau has said it before that he means what he says. Like when it came to the tariffs in particular, like Donald Trump fully intends to go through with what he says. And so right now he's joking about annexing Canada or making Canada the 51st state. But with the way the world is going, especially with certain resources that will become more valuable than oil, let's say water, and how much water and natural resources Canada has, do I rule it out? No. We're getting into the day and age where that type of intrusion, it's not a joke. And in fact, I know it's not a joke because Canada does it to sovereign Indigenous nations that are within the borders of Canada. Because there's the Wet'suwet'en area where Justin Trudeau and the Liberals and the federal government is invading Indigenous land to force a pipeline through. So Canada is already doing it within the borders of Canada because there are Indigenous areas that was never ceded. So land that was never part of Canada to begin with, that Canada now surrounds, and Canada regularly will invade these lands. So it's already happening here. Like Canada is also an apartheid state. There's not, the thing is that it's scary being next to the United States with these attitudes flying around, knowing the power dynamic, knowing that really, if the states wanted to, there is nothing stopping them. They are the most powerful military in the world. There is that intimidation, that threat that I don't think is so veiled these days. Like it is real. And I don't think a lot of people are really waking up or really realizing that. But when it comes to getting our resources or getting our water or putting their influence on our economy, Canada has very little power in those situations. And it won't look like what's happening in the West Bank. It won't look like what's happening in Gaza. But it can still happen. It'll just look different. Colonialism has been happening for as long as the Institute of Colonialism has existed. And the only thing that changes is how it looks. What it does, how it does it still occurs. It just looks different. So a lot of people here in Canada don't see what's happening in Israel and what Israel is doing as the Colonial Institute. because it looks different than what had happened here in Canada when it came to Indigenous lands here. So I get worried that those jokes are not so much jokes, because how often have Americans have had to justify, like, oh, that thing he said, that horrendous thing that Donald Trump said, that's just a joke. But then there's like, but he said this thing earlier and he went through with it. So that thing that people thought was a joke, it turned out that wasn't a joke. And Donald Trump is unhinged enough right now that this is an actual worry. Like, I don't think we'd be bombed or anything like that, but I think a lot of our resources that we currently have control over might be taken away. And I don't know what that would look like. I don't have the foresight to know what that looks like, but you know, being next to the United States with how unhinged they are, it is worrisome. Where he might just think, oh yeah, we can just buy a province if we want and then exploit their resources. What would stop him? Yeah. That is like me catastrophizing. I do that a lot. That's why I have trouble sleeping. And why I really need a good anti-anxiety medication, which I currently do not have. But, you know, I can't say I rule it out. And, you know, there's the environmentalists that are always like worried that the next real wars out there will be wars over water. Canada will definitely be a target. And, you know, we're fortunate that there is only one country on our border. Unfortunate that it's the United States. So, yeah. Checking the Sandbox, and then we'll get a little bit more on the tariff tiff. The Wild West, it's a joke told by a high school bully. John Davis, if American corporations can't buy resources they want, they send the military to take them. Yeah. Okay, so recently, been all over the news, American and Canadian news, that Donald Trump wants to impose a 25% tariff on all things coming in from Mexico and Canada, and an additional 25% on all things coming in from China. So I guess the 25% plus 10%, so 35%. Because the number one thing, the first thing Donald Trump wants to do when he becomes president again is to piss off all their biggest trading partners, because that's how unity works. That's how the economy works. He wants to do that. And so Justin Trudeau rightfully was alarmed by this, which led him to go to Mar-a-Lago, which led Donald Trump to make those little jokes about Canada becoming the 51st state. Well, he wasn't the only one to want to start building bridges with the United States. There's also Doug Ford. He didn't go down. I think he was a little bit offended he wasn't invited, but he didn't go down to Mar-a-Lago. But he recently started a $100 million campaign to put ads in the United States. I covered that in my last live stream to start combating this idea of a tariff, to start, you know, basically it's his way of saying, hey, right-wing Americans, I'm one of you. You see, he's trying to paint spots on his face to look like a leopard. But the thing is that American leopards and Canadian leopards are two different breeds of leopards. And they don't, you know, they might get along to some extent, but when there's no other things to eat, when all the other faces are eaten, they'll start looking at each other. But Doug Ford is desperately trying to paint the spots on him to make himself look as much like an American leopard as possible. And so what does he do? He goes on Fox News and grovels like a little baby. And then he also tries to throw in his jokes as well. And all of that sort of stuff. And it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And what was really funny about this is he finally gets his moment on Spotlight on Fox News, and it's not even a video call. It's just a phone call, and they don't even show a picture of him when he calls in. There's some shade there. It's like, yeah, you think you're going to be a leopard we accept? We're not even going to show you the respect of having your picture up on screen while you're talking on the phone. Oh, right, I forgot the audio is really low on this. So let me bump it up.
President-elect, but that didn't stop, Canada's Prime Minister, Trudeau, to stop and pay a visit to Mar-a-Lago to stop something that he says will be devastating to his country. He says at the same time to Canada and the United States mutually, and that is tariffs that the president plans when he reassumes office.
Still, again, just absolute legend, this kid in the background that was making a face with this very official photo that is now in all the documents.
Doug Ford is the Ontario Canada Premier. What he makes of all of this. Premier, very good to have you. You're joining us on the phone. I know we had some video issues with you, but what do you make of this and where this relationship stands?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, Neil. We've always had an incredible relationship with Canada and the U.S., and we want to continue that. We want to make sure that we build a Can-Am fortress, per se, if you want to call it that. And the real focus should be on China. It should be on Mexico. China bringing in cheap products through Mexico, slapping stickers that say made in Mexico and shipping it up through America into Ontario and Canada.
So he already, previously he was on record kind of being offended that Donald Trump would put Canada in the same category as Mexico and China. And here he is doing it again, basically saying, oh yeah, I'm totally on board. Those Mexicans and the Chinese, they're the bad guys and we're totally with you on destroying them. Like, they're the problem. We're not the problem. They're the problem. And it is very much schoolyard bully tactics here. It's like, no. Let's bully these other nations together. I'm just as much as a bully as you are. So let's take these other two nations, totally blame them for everything. But I'm on board with you guys. It's Mexico and China that are the problem. And I'm totally going to work with the United States against them.
And costing Americans and Canadians jobs. That's what we should focus on. We're so much stronger together.
Do you think it was a mistake for the Prime Minister to visit Donald Trump?
No, I don't think it's a mistake at all. Right now, it's Team Canada, and I'm glad that the Prime Minister went down there, the first leader of the G7, to come and visit President-elect Trump.
And that's actually what Pierre Poilievre should have done but didn't do, was actually get behind Trudeau. I don't agree with what Trudeau did. I agree with what Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, did. I like her stance much better than Canada's stance. But it is important that when these international tiffs come up, that there is at least a unified front. And of course, Pierre Poilievre doesn't want to have that because he doesn't want to agree with Justin Trudeau on anything. He's contrarian, it doesn't matter if it would benefit. It doesn't matter if it's a policy like the tax cut that's coming up, the GST holiday that Pierre Poilievre wanted to put through. But because Justin Trudeau is putting it through, then it's wrong. But this is one of the rare instances where Doug Ford is like, no, I agree with the federal government. He also did that at the beginning of COVID. He didn't stick with it very long, but at least at the beginning of COVID, he was in line with it. And so this is one of the rare instances. But I think it's also because it's building bridges with Donald Trump. It's showing fealty to Donald Trump that Doug Ford is all on board with. Like, Canada just needs to, kiss the boot of Donald Trump. Or as the Majority Report would say, kiss the young ring.
A lot of people say there's a big difference between your country and China, and that they're kind of lumped in the same tariff bucket. What do you think?
Well, I think it's unfortunate considering Canada does $1.3 trillion of trade, more than China, Japan, UK, and France combined. Ontario alone does $500 billion of two-way trade. And I might add, it's equally split down the center. And we're a big auto province here. And it's...
Again, I just find it funny that here's Doug Ford talking, and they're just showing pictures of like Justin Trudeau. It's like, you didn't have one stock image of Doug Ford you could have put up? Not even one? How disrespectful, actually. Like, that is totally disrespectful. Be talking to like the leader. Like, imagine them talking to like any sort of Canadian news network, talking to, I guess it's a governor of the United States or something like that, and then just showing pictures of Biden, not even showing a picture of the governor they're talking to.
Parts can go back and forth across the border up to 8 times, so the supply chain is very connected.
Donald Trump was making a joke with Trudeau in which he said, you could always become a state and those problems go away. But what did you make of that?
Well, the president has a good sense of humor, and, it's a funny comment. I guess he's still upset that, in 1812 we burnt down your White House, and he's holding a grudge after 212 years. But I understand his...
Do you... I'm sorry, but... Do you seriously think Donald Trump knows that happened? And it wasn't technically Canada that burned down the White House, because Canada wasn't quite a nation yet. It was the British Empire that did it. But do you think Donald Trump knows that much history to know that at one point when these nations were first being founded and we were warring with each other, that the White House got burned down? He doesn't know that. I understand it's a joke, but still, he doesn't know that. And actually, I'd prefer it if he doesn't know that. I'd feel a little bit more comfortable if he didn't learn that little tidbit of history.
He's a funny guy. So.
But I am curious for whatever people's views on this subject and the individual personalities. The president-elect says that tariffs are the sweetest word to him. They're very effective. They can be used as a cudgel to get what you want out of those who you feel are taking advantage of you. But you can also go too far with these things, and other countries reciprocate with tariffs of their own, and it builds on itself. Do you think that this could really explode into a global recession if it gets out of hand?
Well, I hope not, Neil, because you can't compare Canada with any other country in the entire world when it comes to the U.S. We're part of the family, per se. We're the number one trading partner, Ontario alone, to 17 states. We're number 2 to 11 others. 9 million Americans wake up every single morning to produce products that get shipped up to our province, Ontario. And I think it's a great partnership. It's a great friendship that's gone on for many generations, and we want to keep it that way. We're so much stronger when we stick together. I heard the other day, Neil, I think it was yesterday, China came out and talked about the critical minerals. Oh, they're going to cut the U.S. off. Well, who has the critical minerals? Ontario has the critical minerals, and I don't want to give them to anyone, but I'll tell you one thing, I want to give them to the U.S. to support them. They need our energy, the Americans. We ship 4.3 million barrels every single day down to the U.S. Ontario sends energy, electricity down to New York State, down to Michigan to keep your factories going, keeping the lights on in New York. That's what we have to offer and much more. So we look forward to a mutually rewarding relationship moving forward.
Yeah, finally gets his moment on Fox News, and they didn't even show a picture of him. Instead, they showed the Trump dance. Oh, absolute embarrassment. Like, our leaders are just so embarrassing. So embarrassing. But as the Wild West is like, really? The White House joke? Really? Yeah, it's old. It's an old joke. quickly check the Sandbox and we'll get on to the next couple things. Is it next couple? I'll try to go faster through these because I'm starting to run out of steam. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. And Bobby saying, I like Shine Bomb. Also that, I guess you're in Mexico. Me too. That's why I live in Mexico. Yeah. She seems great. And was that woman making moose antlers? It wasn't a woman. It looked like a 15-year-old boy. Yes, absolutely he was. Absolute legend. Grand Theft Autobot, Trump is doing more Hitler speak. I mean, that's one of the earliest things Nazi Germany did. They annexed Poland. And when the last time anyone spoke of annexing another country. Well, I don't think Donald Trump said he was joking about annexing Canada, but it should be the 51st state. But it's just a joke. I am not waiting for the 5-hour mark. Last stream was 6 hours. Yes, I know. My live stream's getting really too long, but there's so much news. So much news. So let's quickly get back to it then. So this CBC News clip is damaging. This is from Fun Tom. And this is about the foreign interference again, which is, again, they're saying the choice is crystal clear, but there's the issue of foreign interference with operatives from India that interfered with the leadership race of the Federal Conservative Party, the one where, Pierre Poilievre became leader. And more information is coming out, and it is just so blatant, the corruption and interference that happened with it. And there's an MP right now, Michelle Rempel, who is being directly tied to this. And again, Pierre Poilievre is refusing to get security clearance, but if he did, he would know if any of his MPs, any of the conservatives, were involved, and if he should, maybe kick them out of the party, or maybe he can think, well, they're unfairly targeting you, so, I'm going to support you and back you up. But he's not doing any of that because he's refusing to get his security clearance because I think he knows if he did, there might be issues. And as I say, it should be absolutely disqualifying. If he can't qualify for security clearance, that should disqualify him from being prime minister of the country. Yet he can refuse to get the clearance, and should he become prime minister, it's just magically granted to him, which is disturbing. It should be the other way around. You can't get it, you don't get to be prime minister. So here's a little clip about
the campaign says that it.
Among other claims, confidential sources said agents of the Indian government allegedly pressured Brown's national campaign co-chair to withdraw her support. Radio Canada's Brigitte Bureau is here with more on her exclusive story. Okay, Brigitte, tell us more about what you've reported here.
Radio-Canada has spoken with 5 people separately, with 5 people who were closely linked to Brown's campaign. Now, we have agreed not to name these people because they fear for their safety. As you know, the RCMP
Yeah. So Patrick Brown was somebody who was trying to become leader of the Conservative Party.
Suspects the Indian government of being involved in murder and other criminal activities on Canadian soil. But according to these sources, Conservative MP Michelle Rempel Garner was allegedly pressured to stop supporting Mr. Brown. As you know, Michelle Rempel Garner was co-chair of his national campaign at the time.
Michelle Rempel Garner denies it, but sources say it was agents of the Indian government. What are these sources alleging exactly?
Well, for instance, one highly placed source in the campaign says that it was well known in the team that it was a source of discussion, of concern also, and I quote, that Indian consulate representatives had approached approached Michelle, strongly suggesting that it was not in her best interest to continue working alongside Patrick. Now, some sources say they heard it directly from the MP because she held at one point she was on a conference call and they discussed it amongst the team. And we've spoken to people who say who they were on that call. And one of them says that Michelle Remper talked about Indian diplomats approaching her and telling her, you need to retract your support for Patrick. Later in the leadership race, you'll remember, David, that Ms. Rempel-Garner did quit the campaign. Right. She was saying that she was looking into maybe a move to Alberta provincial politics. A week later, she abandoned that idea, but never did go back to Brown's campaign.
Okay, yeah, she was.
Dun, dun, dun. Now, let's just see, what does a guilty person or what does a person trying to hide something maybe look like?
CBC.
Chris,
hi, Chris from CBC.
Chris,
I just got to ask you about you're running away from me. I'm just asking you about the.
I'm sitting having
Where's the Roadrunner sound effect? Like, can I just ask you a question? Yeah, Michelle Rempel-Garner runs away when approached by reporters about foreign interference allegation in Patrick Brown's leadership campaign. Is that what an innocent person would do? Now, I'm not saying anything, of course not, but is that what an innocent person do? Just that they'll just run away.
Chris from CBC.
Chris,
I just got to ask you about the
Roadrunner
you're running
effect.
away from me. I'm just asking you about the.
I'm sitting having
Such a coward. But she's not the only conservative that likes to run away with these sorts of things. There's this clip of Pierre Poilievre. No questions have accountability, sir. So watch, scurries away from the Canadian media, taking no questions.
So we're today, common sense conservatives, are calling for the finance minister to introduce a fall update to indicate whether she's keeping her promise to cap the deficit at $40 billion or whether Trudeau's completely lost control of the deficit once again. Not only will we cooperate to let her introduce that fall update, we will actually give her a Christmas gift. We'll give her 2 hours out of our Conservative Opposition Motion Day on Monday for her to stand on her feet and tell us how much she's lost control of the nation's finances. Canadians need a common sense, Canada First plan to protect our economy, our system of immigration, our borders, to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. So the challenge is over to Chrystia Freeland and Justin Trudeau. Stand on your feet. Monday at 4 p.m. We'll clear the deck so you can do it and tell us how badly you've lost control of the nation's finances and the inflation and taxes Canadians pay as a result. Thank you very much.
Why are you continuing to criticize the border? No questions? Have accountability, sir.
What?
Pay as a result. Thank you very much.
Why are you continuing to criticize the border?
There needs to be like another sound effect. Like, he just completely disappeared. Pan the camera over, he's not even there. What?
Thank you very much.
Why are you continuing to criticize the border?
Okay, that has to be a joke. Somebody had to have gotten to the clip and sped it up. This is a CPAC video, so you can go and find these. And so here's the CPAC video. So obviously somebody had taken it. He didn't really run away that fast. That basically left a puff of smoke where he was standing. No. Absolutely not.
Thank you very much.
Why are you continuing to criticize the border?
Justin Trudeau, stand on your feet. Monday at 4 p.m. We'll clear the deck so you can do it and tell us how badly you've lost control. Thank you very much.
Why are you continuing to criticize the border?
Lost control of the nation's finances and the inflation and taxes Canadians pay as a result. Thank you very much.
Why are you continuing to criticize the border?
What a coward. What an absolute coward. As soon as like, no. I just want to say my slogan, and I'm out of here. Just the whole, or maybe go this way. No, I'm still on camera. Okay, I can't do that too well. I don't have much maneuvering space here. What a coward these conservatives are. Like, that's the thing. Like, they're very hardline and they're very fascistic. But they're also very much cowards. And I think part of, being a fascist is being coward because you're afraid to not have the power. You're afraid of what other people might do with that power. You're afraid of losing your status in society, of losing control and all that sort of stuff. But it is just ridiculous that this man is probably going to be the next prime minister of this country. Just a whole puff of smoke. Just absolutely. And it's just, even for the little bit that you actually heard of him speak, again, he doesn't say anything outside of his slogans. It's always, axe the tax, build the homes, make, bring Canada home or something like that. And that's all he's running on is slogans. And then he runs away. As soon as somebody wants him to say something that isn't a pre-planned slogan that he has memorized. So, last live stream, I was mentioning that Chrystia Freeland, she had that little article where she was calling about a vibe session. I didn't realize that there's actual video of her talking about it, and it is just as bad as I thought it was going to be. As I explained, it's not just vibes, it's actual material reality for a lot of people that, inflation is far worse than what they like to talk down to us about. And I gave a couple examples before, things like parking that used to be free at a visitor lot, no longer free. Having to put more money on my laundry card is now no longer free. And even though it's a tiny amount, when you start adding it up to all these different places, it starts, it can be hundreds to maybe even $1,000 more for a person every year with all the extra expenses of paying for things that previously were free. And, sometimes they're luxury items like a streaming service that now if you want to keep some premium items, you have to pay or they get put behind a paywall. But a lot of things that we need to function when it comes to different programs and stuff, you can't buy them anymore. You have to rent them. And so even when you start taking away the so-called luxuries in a person's life, it really leads to a deteriorating quality of life because we need outlets, being able to have something like a Disney Plus. For some people, that's an escape from reality. That's a way for them to unwind. And that's just a way for them to have something to enjoy. And it shouldn't get to the point where it's like, no. It's your responsibility to cut back so you have nothing to enjoy in life before you get to complain about being broke. Well, here's just another example of, things that used to be free that are no longer free. Transport Minister to summon airline CEOs as Air Canada sets to charge carry-on fees for some passengers. And this is from CTV News. So, Transport Minister to summon airline CEOs. So, Air Canada set to charge carry-on fees for some passengers. Which passengers? Transport Minister Anita Anand says she will be calling Canadian airline CEOs to a meeting in mid-December after Air Canada says it will charge some passengers for carry-on bags in the new year. Let's just say I'm not very happy today with what I've heard from Air Canada, Anand said in an interview with CTV Power Play with Vasi, I don't know how to say her name. I think they need to take a look at the persons that they are targeting with these excess fees. It's not acceptable. Persons that they are targeting? Starting on January 3rd, Air Canada passengers buying basic fare tickets for North America and sun destinations will have to pay a carry-on fee of $35 for the first bag and $50 for the second. Oh, but small personal items like a purse or a computer bag will still be allowed on board for free. Those passengers will also be charged for seat selection change at check-in starting on January 21st. So the people buying basic fare tickets, people who maybe can't afford to pay for a better ticket, are now being charged for things that were previously free. Because Air Canada wants to make their money. So this vibe session Chrystia Freeland was talking about, it's very real, and it targets people who are already tight on cash, people already living with poverty. Because like I said, laundry card that I have, it's 25 cents each time that I load the card, which isn't much. But again, when you start adding it up, when you're living with poverty or dire poverty, and you have not even $20 of wiggle room, now having to pay a couple dollars here and there for different items is insurmountable. Like a lot of people living with privilege, a lot of people in the government, they don't understand what it's like to live with real poverty when, $20 can make the difference between eating for a few days or not. And having to choose between medications and rent, having to choose which necessity they can go the longest without. But here, again, we have a greedy corporation saying, you know what, we need more money, but this isn't included in those inflation numbers. No. This isn't inflation. This is just an extra charge. And so the people who are buying the cheapest tickets, who most likely can't afford the more expensive tickets, well, we're going to charge you for these carry-on bags. So it's not like you have to bring them. It's your choice if you bring them, but if you do, now you have to pay for them. Oh, but you could just maybe upgrade a ticket or something, not pay for the basic ticket, then you'll be able to have them. What greedy assholes these people are. CEOs are just, as I said, I understand it. I understand what happened down in the States. I understand that feeling when it comes to CEOs. Horrible, horrible people, but then also politicians like her just, it's all in your head, sweetie. There's not a real, this inflation you think is happening, it's not real. All of them can go to hell. So then just a couple of one-off stories. So we have, politicians like her, but then there's also politicians that arrive drunk on the job. Because of course, when you're living in the 1%, when you're a politician, when you already have that privilege, so what if you're drunk when you show up? And this is from Peter Julian. He's an MP. I think, is he a Liberal? No, he's NDP. NDP MP.
Some Conservative MPs had very clearly consumed alcohol before they came into this House. That is something that is simply strictly prohibited in any workplace. As you were aware, because the Speaker's office was notified, the pages were withdrawn from the opposition lobby because of safety issues.
So for those of you who don't know, pages, I'm not talking about paper here, we're talking about people. The pages were withdrawn. So pages are assistants of sorts. They certain etiquettes and stuff to be followed within the House of Commons and whatnot. So they're people. But they were withdrawn from the lobby because of safety reasons, from the lobby where all these MPs had shown up drunk. These people had to be removed for safety issues. And so he tweeted out, some Conservative MPs arrived drunk at the House of Commons last night for the GST relief vote. They screamed disrupted proceedings, that parliamentary pages were removed from unsafe positions in the lobby. In most workplaces, showing up intoxicated is grounds for dismissal. Yeah. Again, rules for thee, but not for me. And this is the ruling class saying, we're allowed to do all of this. Just like, Doug Ford is saying, we're allowed to get away with all this corruption because, we're of that group. We're of that ruling class. We're of the privileged rich people. We're allowed to do this corruption. But if you skip a fare on the TTC, you should be charged hundreds of dollars. But if we show up drunk to work, that's totally okay. And kind of as a lot of people were pointing out, if I were to show up drunk at a job, I'd probably get fired. If I were to show up drunk to a live stream, that would be really that would never happen. But you see, since I employ myself, I wouldn't really have to worry about getting myself fired. But if I were to show up drunk at a retail position, yeah, you'd get fired. If you were in office, working in the office, if you're a bus driver, definitely get fired. But, when you're responsible for making legislation that affects the lives of millions of people and you show up drunk to that job, totally fine. Totally fine. When you're so disruptive that the pages from the lobby need to be removed for their own safety, totally fine. Totally fine. The standards of professionalism are so disconnected, yet if you call one of them a liar on the House floor, that's called for a dismissal from the chamber. Oh no, the etiquette. The decorum. You can't break the decorum. As long as, you can be drunk so long as you don't break decorum. Just, again, I don't like this government. And then another example of outstanding politicians in this country. Again, get to know your politicians. We have a lot of them here in Canada, and their names aren't as well known as a lot of politicians in the States. And so we need to know that we have Christian nationalists in the federal government right now. And so this person is just asking, is this a real MP in Canada? You have freedom of religion in our country. We all have freedom of religion. That doesn't mean your religion gets special treatment. This is sounding awfully Christian nationalist. Jamil Javani, I don't know how to say his name. MP for Durham. Pretty sure I don't have to mention that, yeah, conservative. But let's see what he has to say. Like, maybe it's not so Christo-fascist, but he's saying, I'm sounding the alarm. We must protect Christians in Canada from governments and corporations abusing their power in our country and from anti-Christian bigotry. He might not be a Christo-fascist. We don't know. Because, the rights being taken away from Christians in this country are, let's see, if they can have protests and rallies and not be arrested. Okay, no. They're allowed to have their religious symbols. They're allowed to, okay, must protect Christians in Canada from governments abusing the powers in this country. I'm not entirely sure how Christians are suffering in this country. I'm not entirely sure how that's happening. Maybe he makes a very influential, very persuasive argument in this little video, but he's very committed to it. That he says, I'll present this petition in Ottawa in the new year. Sign and share if you agree. Well, let's see if we agree with what he's saying.
Jamil Javani here, Member of Parliament for Durham. I'm sounding the alarm. We need to do more to protect Christians in Canada. Now, when you see a Christmas tree like...
Again, I'm not entirely sure how they're under threat. When you see a Christmas tree like this, I see plenty of Christmas trees like that all over the place. Well, maybe not quite as tacky as that one.
Like this in Parliament, you might think that's a sign of respect for Christians. But what good is a Christmas tree here in Parliament when you have a federal government that will not lift a finger to protect Christians from governments and corporations abusing their power? What good is a Christmas tree here in Parliament when you have a federal government that will not...
I'm sorry, Christmas tree is totally allowed in Parliament of Canada, but a keffiyeh? Actually, in the federal government, they tend to get away with keffiyehs a little bit more. But, you know, there was Heather McPherson. You saw her earlier. She was wearing a watermelon pin. Earlier, somebody got in trouble for wearing a watermelon pin. I think it was her, exactly, that got in trouble for wearing a watermelon pin. That's ta-ta. Christmas tree is fine. It's fine.
Not fight anti-Christian bigotry in Canadian institutions. We've got to take action now.
Sorry, what is the anti-Christian bigotry in institutions? Like, this institution, the government institution, was built on Christo-fascist values. I'm not entirely sure where the anti-Christian bigotry is coming in.
We need to defend parental rights of mothers and fathers. We need to defend conscience rights of unionized and non-unionized workers, including healthcare professionals. We have to stop the crime spree targeting churches, including arsons and vandalism, and we need to defend the legal status of Christian charities and the freedom of expression of Christian churches. The time for action is now. Make your voice heard, take a stand. We're launching a petition today at protectchristianscanada.com. I'm asking you to go on that website, and if you agree with me that we've got to do more to protect Christians in our country, please sign and share that petition. Take a stand, make your voice heard. We're going to be presenting that petition at an event here in Ottawa in February of next year. And between now and then, we need as many people as possible to show support for the Christian communities in our country. This is not about forcing other people to live according to Christian values, no. This is about whether Christians in Canada have the freedom to live according to their own traditions and to practice their own faith.
Remember what he was saying about parental rights and all that sort of stuff? That's imposing Christian values or Christo-fascist values on other parents. That's on other people, on other kids. That's imposing their values on other people.
Without corporations and governments engaging in overreach. The time is now, ladies and gentlemen. That is why I'm sounding the alarm. Visit protectchristianscanada.com. Thank you. God bless you.
I don't need any God blessing me. Yeah, that doesn't mean your religion gets special treatment. Yes, we have freedom of religion in this country. Christo-fascist nationalist beliefs don't get to be imposed on others. You know, there is no anti-Christian bigotry going on in this country as much as he wishes it was so that he could be a victim in something. Oh, they so desperately want to be victims so they have something to whine about that isn't completely made up out of thin air. Just so sad, so sad. Like, here I am standing beside a Christian symbol in the Parliament of Canada, but we need to stop bigotry against Christians while I'm proudly standing here beside my Christian symbol. What a douche canoe. Okay. That's it for the main stories. I just want to go over what I touched on earlier. Before I do that, a quick check in the Sandbox. Go over, admittedly, a bit of a heavier story to end with, but then we'll just have a little bit of fun in the Sandbox. Let's see. The what session, says Lou Wild West? The vibe session is what Christia Freeland is calling it. Grand Theft Autobot, so poor people aren't allowed to have stuff? No, 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 no. Of course not. Because if you're really poor, then how do you afford a microwave? There's so much, so much. Hermeteorologist, yep. Being poor costs more. Absolutely. So Life, with 2 bags, that's $80 more. How much more is a non-whatever ticket? Yeah, that's the idea, is they want to force people to pay more or suffer. Or just not be able to participate in society the same way, to not have the same rights and freedoms as people. It's about making poor people suffer and punish them for being poor in the first place, for not having the money, all of that sort of stuff. That's what it's all about, you know? If you're poor, you're supposed to suffer. That's how it works. You need to be punished for it. The Wild West. Some of my best coworkers got fired for being drunk or high. Hermeteorologist, Giovanni is JD Vance's close friend? I don't know that, but it would not surprise me. I think they went to college together or something and still hang out. Trevor Borens, who are these Christians? Yes, who are these Christians that are being oppressed in this country? Soul Life, Canada's government confuses me. I listened to Philip DeFranco talk about New France drama today and was so lost. I suppose I'll see what a constitutional crisis looks like soon enough. Well, what's happening in France is very different than what happens here because it's 2 completely different systems. And then they also have the European Union to worry about over here. So a constitutional crisis in Canada? It's not, it wouldn't, crisis is a strong word because you can have instances of a vote of no confidence here, and it either goes through or it doesn't. And if it goes through, then it means that the government gets absolved and a new election is called. It's not that crisis ridden, really. It's just, oh, it means there's a new election. Grand Theft Autobot, thanks for telling us you're a Christian nationalist without telling us you're a Christian nationalist. And War on Christmas vibes too. Yeah, I love the idea of like, there's anti-Christian bigotry as I stand by this Christian symbol in Parliament with absolutely zero issue. Let's see. Hermeteorologist, I found my microwave. Yeah, we get them on sale or they're broke or they're used or something. And then we use them until literally we have duct taped all the wires together and, we put little things, marbles in it for it to go around or something. Or there are gifts given to you from somebody who has a little bit of money at some point. But anyway, so as was touched on earlier in the Sandbox from Dan from the internet, shout out to the Power Report. Everyone go check out the Power Report. He was saying that there was a massacre in Montreal that was getting some attention that happened a long time ago. And it was 35 years ago today, the École Polytechnique massacre. So let's learn a little bit about Canadian history. This was a massacre in Montreal, Quebec, with 15 people, including the perpetrator, who were killed. And it was a targeted attack against women. Femicide, murder-suicide. But it was a mass shooting of women specifically targeted in Canada. And, at the time, one of the largest shootings here in Canada. And it's still disturbing in its intent and how much horror and destruction this person unleashed. But let's learn a little bit about it. So, the École Polytechnique massacre, also known as the Montreal massacre, was an anti-feminist shooting that occurred on December 6, 1989. The École Polytechnique in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. 14 women were murdered. Another 10 women and 4 men were injured. And it's pretty terrifying what they talk about, because like the women, there were beds in the room, I guess. I don't know if it was a dorm or I can't quite remember. And they were hiding under the beds. And he would come in, take one of them, take them into another room, shoot them, then come back into the room. And one woman survived because during that she rolled out from one bed under another. So he missed her. The perpetrator was 25-year-old Marc Le Pen, armed with a legally obtained semi-automatic rifle and a hunting knife. He began his rampage at a mechanical engineering class in École Polytechnique, where he separated the male and female students, ordering the men to leave. He shot all 9 women in the room, killing 6. For nearly 20 minutes, the shooter moved through the corridors and multiple floors and buildings, the cafeteria, and another classroom, targeting women. He wounded more students and killed 8 more women before fatally shooting himself. In total, he killed 14 women. He wounded 10 more women and 4 men. The massacre is now widely regarded as an act of misogynistic terrorism and representative of a wider social violence against women. The anniversary of the massacre is commemorated annually in Canada as the National Day of Remembrance in Action on Violence Against Women. The gunman had said he was against feminism after he attacked. Canadians debated various interpretations of events, their significance, and the shooter's motives. Some interpretations noted that the shooter had been abused as a child or suggested the massacre was an isolated act of madman, unrelated to larger social issues. Oh, the whole lone wolf thing. Politicians in the House of Commons responded by passing more stringent gun control laws, and officials took other actions to end violence against women. The massacre also led to policy changes in emergency services protocols to shootings. For instance, that police would intervene immediately to try to reduce casualties. These changes were credited with later minimizing casualties during incidents of shooting in Montreal and elsewhere. This was the deadliest mass shooting in Canada until the attacks in Nova Scotia more than 30 years later, which resulted in 22 deaths. I'm not going to go over the timeline. Here's a list of the women who were killed. I'm not going to read their names because there's no way I'm going to be able to pronounce them, and I don't want to butcher their names. But they're all there, and you know, most of them were in their 20s. It looks like, yeah, most of them were in their 20s. So I will put this in the Sandbox, but there's another brief article. Yes, he was an incel. And just misogynistic terrorism. And I'm worried that this is just going to be on the increase with everything that is happening in this world right now. So this is from CTV News. 35 years after Polytechnique massacre, advocates warn of evolving violence against women.
Being in this space today,
walking through this monument, Marina Mathieu can't help but feel moved.
being in this space today is reminding me that there's so much work yet to be done.
The silver mounds honor the memory of the 14 women murdered at École Polytechnique in 1989.
The more time passes, the more we realize that violence is diversifying, is getting more complex. I wish I could say there's a solution.
Mathieu is a project coordinator with the FFQ, the Quebec Women's Federation. She says aggression against women is morphing and migrating to cyberspaces. The violence, though virtual, is still very real. Revenge porn, rape threats, and deep fakes are endangering lives and reputations. What starts online can end offline. And while technology races forward, Mathieu says the laws protecting women are lagging behind.
All of it is not catching up fast enough. And I think that we as human beings who are building these type of platforms need to consider, how do we take accountability for this?
Cyber violence has surged in the last 5 years, according to numbers shared by the FFQ. In Canada, 80% of criminal online harassment victims are women, and racialized people are 3 times more likely to be targeted. Despite the shortfalls, some gains have been made in the last 35 years, says Nathalie Provost, who survived the massacre that killed her classmates. Provost says police now use the term femicide, meaning they have a better idea of where, why, and how it happens.
It's a bit frightening because we see more clearly the issue here. But when we see the issue, when we understand what's behind it, I think as a society, we make progress.
Provost adds, while there's more work being done in schools and courtrooms, the fight is far from over. Maria Saru, CTV News.
Let's see. Yeah. So the types of violence, the way that the violence is happening, especially now online, how intimate it can get. Because it even now, because you have revenge porn, but there's also deep fakes that can be made, deep fake porn of people that can be made. Just the absolute vitriol that most women in online content creating face, most women in the political sphere face, most people who present female face. It is getting increasingly worse. And now you have in the United States with, again, what just happened with their election and the phrase, your body, my choice, and the amount of sexual assaulters that Donald Trump is appointing. And, you know, attacks like these won't be a thing of the past. And they haven't been. Like in the States, there have been multiple instances of mass shootings where women were specifically targeted by men. And even here in Canada, there's been more, because there was the person who did the driving in Toronto, the van. Let's see. The van. The Toronto van attack. That was in 2018. So injured were 15, deaths were 11, including including a victim who died later on. And it was from another man who was basically, again, targeting women. Incel, as they would call him. And that was in 2018. And so these attacks aren't over. They're still happening. And with the rhetoric and everything down in the States, things are getting a lot more scary. And at least, you know, in Canada, there usually are some actions taken after mass killings in some ways. A lot of our guns have been banned because of it, especially the one that happened in Nova Scotia. But, you know, in Canada, we're not immune from these. And yeah, it is scary thinking about the direction things are going and the way that our countries are regressing. And, you know, this attack that happened 35 years ago was shocking and horrific. And every time it happens, it'll be shocking and horrific. It's just, yeah, it's worrisome. It's worrisome. Just the way the misogynistic terrorism is happening down in the States and who's getting into power and stuff. Anyway, that's a piece of Canadian history right there. But let's check the Sandbox. I'm done with all my news articles for the day. I don't know if there's anything fun anyone wants me to pull up on screen that we can have a little bit of a giggle with. Before I end the stream, let me know in the Sandbox if you know of anything humorous to maybe unwind. Just looked at Twitter and had anxiety because I saw Anna's picture come up. Oh, it's her replying to Ben Shapiro, at least. Ben Shapiro saying, live your life in such a way that you aren't a socialist leech on the ass of society, revealing the murder of people who work for companies you don't like. Yeah, I think some people were pushing back on Ben Shapiro because he was saying that all these leftists are celebrating the death of the CEO, and then meanwhile some people on the right were like, no, we're celebrating it too. There's other people. It's not just leftists celebrating the death of the CEO. There's lots of people on the right also because they all need health insurance. And Anna Kasparian was just quote tweeting him. It's not just socialists that feel this way. It's felt across the political spectrum, which might mean you're misidentifying who the leeches are. Yeah. Oh, well. Don't need to pay any more attention to that. I'm going to be paying a lot more attention to that in the near future when I'm making up the video eventually. Anyway, checking the Sandbox. Oh. I think I scrolled up too far. There's the Vibe Session comment. Comments about the airline. Looney Tunes 9000, 14 women? It's a pretty massive shooting here in Canada. But most people don't know that there were mass killing events here in Canada because, especially Americans, you only hear about the American ones. But, that was really big. Really heartbreaking, horrific event. It happened 35 years ago. So many people don't know because, they're younger than 35 years. And these things just tend to drift off into history, but do they really? Again, they're patterns because, the Wild West saying incels aren't new. No, they've been around for a long time doing horrific damage for a long time. It's just what they're called has changed. So back then it was misogynistic terrorism. Now they're known as incels. The Wild West, I've noticed men being more aggro in real life as well. Some have been emboldened. Hello, Shemagli. The Wild West, the funny stuff I've seen today would get me on an FBI watch list. I must admit, there was a certain thread of memes I saw on Blue Sky that were amusing. But as they say, no Fed posting. Okay, I'm going to be honest with everyone here right now. As a live streamer, as a content creator on YouTube, I don't actually know what that means. Like, I have ideas, but I don't actually know what Fed posting means exactly. Like, is it just people in the chat posting things that could get themselves in trouble? Should the Fed see it? Or is it stuff that would get me in trouble for being in the chat? Like, I'm not entirely sure the exact definition of it, but I hear it used all the time. Hermetologist, yeah, it wasn't just the left. Lots of people seem to be celebrating it. Looney Tunes 9000, more like Karen Kasparian, who's attacking Mike Figueredo. Yes, he's done some videos on him being attacked for not feeling. Basically, he says that he doesn't want to. Oh, what was the phrase? That people shouldn't be trying to guilt him into feeling sorry for these people. Because like I said, I feel nothing. I feel nothing for the victim. I feel nothing for the family because I don't know them. And there's murders every single freaking day that I feel nothing for because I don't know them. But yeah, something along those lines. But he made a video about it because he got attacked. Also, if you watched Leftist Mafia from yesterday, they talked a fair bit about it as well, because Anna Kasparian called him out for some things in a really strange call out that was basically a non sequitur call out, where it's like, oh, he's celebrating the death of the CEO the same way he celebrates the death of a woman who gets stabbed to death from somebody who was released on bail after being convicted 1,000 times for stealing potato chips. Like, it was just, no one celebrates that type of death. Like, no one does. Just, Hello, John Martinez. It's been a while. I was hoping you were doing okay. Fed's in the chat. Going to I can't say that. I don't think my channel is gaining enough attention for Feds to be in my chat. I would love to think that I'm that noticeable. But so far, I go under the radar of everything. John Martinez, I find it hilarious now how insurance companies are now approving processing every claim now. Gee, I wonder why. Yeah, because there was also the story of the one about anesthesia not being covered after a certain point. So people are like, oh, what is... And basically, like, to calm people's nerves, well, to calm them a little, it didn't mean they would stop giving the anesthesia at that point because it's kind of necessary for the surgery. It would just mean that the person would have to pay for it after that point. And that's one of the most costly expenses within a surgery is the anesthesia. So it would then be billed towards the customer after a certain point. It doesn't mean it would stop. It would just, it's like a taxi cab after a certain point, and it just keeps on going up and up and up. But yeah, there's, I understand the frustration. Why don't people read my book? I have a horror book. Buy my horror book, Necroplasm, in the link below. It's linked below. Buy it. I think you would find it actually along this topic really cathartic. Let's just say there's some mirroring sentiments in it. A book about vampires, oddly enough. Very cathartic, I think. Especially at the end. In Hermetologist, I know you've agreed with me on that before, but yeah. Not recommended for incels also. I don't recommend this book for incels. In fact, I should probably tweet out that if you are a man that is upset with the man v. bear in the woods discourse, that you should never read this book, only to then get them to read it so that they could be outraged about it. Hermetologist, I want the end of the book. Shh, no spoilers. Read my book. And I'm going to be making a couple slight changes to it because, again, even though I haven't sold many copies, I've sold 4 copies, even with all the promotion I've been doing. on Amazon, you can make it into a hardcover book. And I think I want to do that. But I think I also maybe want to expand on the universe there and have it so that if I want to go backtrack and can add in certain details and stuff, like actually build on the world that I've made in this book, because it's a fascinating, multi-layered, interesting, like just, I love this world that I've built in this book. It is so interesting. Like all the different dynamics that are going on in history. And so I want to be able to maybe serialize it at some point, which means that I just have to do like the most minor of tweaking in the actual book. But Hermit Horologist, since you've already bought it, and John Martinez, I know you've bought it as well. I'll somehow see if I can get you guys a free copy when I make those changes so you don't have to rebuy it, because the changes are so, you know, they're significant, but not significant enough, I would think, to buy a new book. And I still want to get to, I need to settle on the changes I want to make now, because I'm also working on the videos for it, the audio videos that I showed on my Halloween stream, which means that I might have to shoot the first chapter over again, or just insert, because it's like one line would be changed, one line. So I don't know if I want to reshoot the entire first chapter just for that one line. So we'll see. But there's just like, again, the changes would make no difference to the overall plot or the story, but would help should I make the other stories kind of leading up to that book. But yeah, I love the world that I built in that, and I wish I was in it. I wish I was in this horror book. This horror book I wrote would be much nicer to live in than the horror we currently live in. But yeah, to anyone who buys the books before I make these changes, I will somehow see about getting you an updated version of it with no charge. I think there should be a way that I can do that, because I don't want you paying for it twice. But I am looking to make a hard copy, but shh, don't tell the letter hack. I'm going to be asking him about it. But there's a very small section in the book that would just be amazing if it could be like maybe made into a little comic. Like it's just a teeny tiny part in the book, but I'm going to ask him. No pressure. No pressure. Yeah. But yeah, and I want to redesign the cover slightly as well, because it's lime green there, and I actually, when I visualized the necroplasm in my head, it was tangerine orange, and so I had to force that change into the book to make it lime green to kind of match the cover, because the whole point of the writing derby was to make it match the cover, but in the world I saw in my head, it was tangerine orange. So I'll see about maybe changing the cover to change the color to tangerine orange and actually put the author name as my name as opposed to the made-up name that they used. But yes, buy the horror book. It's a good read. I would think it's a good read. Hermit Horrell disagrees with me. Hermit Horologist also saying bootlicker bin. Yes, Ben. How many licks to the it's like a really ancient commercial. How many licks to the pop? Tootsie Roll Pop or something like that. And it's like, how many licks to the sole of the foot? John Martinez saying, I found it hilarious how insurance companies are, oh, right, read that. And then Hermatologist, I thought Fed posting was posting threats or violence as a normal person, but you're actually a Fed trying to entrap. Okay. But how would the Fed try to entrap me? Like, I'm not going to sit here and say something I don't believe, because I don't believe anybody should be shot. Like, I don't even believe in execution. Like, even I would love to see these CEOs go on trial for, you know, mass murder. But even then, I don't want them executed. So I just want some justice. Let's see. But yeah, I suppose that there could be feds in here trying to get other people to say things that would get them in trouble should the day come that they're ever investigated more. It's kind of like those things where, you know, you can get away with a lot, but then as soon as as soon as they press charges, they put all these add-ons that are really unnecessary, but like technically everyone's guilty of them. So it's like, it's one of the things, like if the feds ever then tried to arrest you for something, they would go back in the history and be like, oh, well, you said this one comment in this YouTube chat way back then. Although I don't think it's possible to search the history of all the chats somebody else has put in all the different places that they've been. I don't know if there's a way of dumping that history without going to like each individual. Like, even if you go to each individual channel, like you would have to watch all the videos that they watched. And I don't think there's a way you can just download chats to see where all this person chatted. I don't know if there's a record of that. I don't know. I do not know. John Martinez. That was Blue Cross. I have dealt with them and they are shit. Also, these companies now have their board of directors hidden from public. Yes, I saw that as well. And, there are things on the internet called like archives. And there's ways of finding out that information anyway. Like, it's a bit late now to start hiding your identity if you're one of these CEOs and you're worried about that sort of thing. John Martinez, thanks for the kind welcome, Sandy. Good to be back. I'm actually hopeful and optimistic now. Sorry, you just reminded me of a really bad tweet. It's probably not related at all, but it was just joking about that tweet from Jank saying, I'm more optimistic now than I was before about Trump being elected. I'm like, no, don't tell me you're going the centrist route. I know, it's probably nothing. No, it's not related, I know. It's just the way my brain will connect dots sometimes. But if you haven't checked it out, I have a video about TYT where I spent 3 hours during a live stream talking about Jank's appearance on Hassan's show. But I talk about a lot of different things in that stream, kind of related around leftist media and stuff. And I clipped it down to about 2 hours. Grand Theft Autobot. Now I'm imagining an incel rage reading a book in bed in their jammies. Ooh, I hate this book so much. Furiously flips the page. I almost read flaps something there. That makes me even more angry. No, I could probably sell way more of my books if I started advertising, especially on this current Twitter, and just basically said, if you were I can't say cis on Twitter, but if you're a cis man that was upset about the man v. bear in the woods discourse, do not read this book because your delicate snowflake feelings won't be able to handle it. And then it would probably become a bestseller. But that would require my tweets getting any sort of traction. Like, I would need a larger account to tweet that out because my tweets get seen by almost no one. Miss Man, this reminds me when Sandy was in full vampire makeup as a response to a troll calling her a vampire. I did that for a Rebel HQ video once, joking about people trying to mock me by calling me a vampire. And then I switched over, like I spent 35 minutes on makeup for 5 seconds of video for a Rebel HQ video to be like I don't know what they're talking about dressed up as a vampire. It's like, oh no, you're calling me a vampire and you think you're insulting me? That's only what I dress up as every Halloween. Which again, I'm kind of disappointed that when people saw the list of potential books that I could have authored before I could reveal who I was, that nobody guessed it because it was the only book about vampires. But if you like my vampire look, go back to see my Halloween streams. My 2 live Halloween streams. I'm dressed as a vampire in them. And John Martinez saying, Miss Man, Sandy is a very, very cute vampire. I have no qualms admitting this. I do like dressing up as a vampire. I like the fangs. Every time I get away with it, like that's the thing. Like people have their own fantasies and stuff, and in a world of vampires, I want to be the vampire with all that comes with the vampire. I want to be a monster. I want to be a monster. Hermatologist, it was under $10 and supports you. I don't mind paying again. Aw, thank you. I do want to get into a hard copy, but it won't be soon because, like I said, I need to go through it, see if I can make those changes. One, I'm debating math. I have to do more math on it to see what makes sense. And then I have a friend who said that she would go through it and check for the little mistakes. She did that with my first book, which still isn't published, which I need to work on. So that will take some time. So it's not going to be soon, but there's no rush either. But I do like the idea of having a hard copy of it. And again, just the tiniest little changes. So, you can just wait till it's a hard copy because the changes would be in a hard copy and then you can have a physical copy. John Martinez thinks it's 243 licks till you get to the sole of the foot. Grand Theft Autobot, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? A 1, a 2, a 3, crunch, a 3. Ah. And John Martinez saying that they read the comment as that commercial. Grand Theft Autobot, for some reason that commercial is seared into my mind. They don't make commercials like they used to. Now it's just a bunch of noise that they're constantly trying to pry into your eyeballs. And it's almost like they're targeting so much that you can't find any just general joy out of it. Like they're just not being playful with them anymore for the sake of being playful. It's like, no, we must try to, what's the word? Hypnotize you into buying our products. Like, manipulate you into buying our products by, ooh, this exact font makes people more susceptible, blank or whatever. And it was just, I think commercials used to be more fun when they were just about, if it makes people laugh, it's probably good. Or if it invokes emotion, it's probably good. Let's see. John Martinez, Cenk is such a clown. It's pathetic how quickly he bows down to Trump. Now shake my head. I heard he was on Tim Pool like yesterday or something. Oh, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it, but I might have to for the video I plan on making soon. I saw part of a chat, but now I can't find it. Something about him being, the licks being to the ankle bone by now. I wanted to give that, oh, there it is, hermatologist. I think Ben is to the heel bone now. Almost a 5-hour stream. Yeah, almost. I'm not gearing for that. Because right after this, I want to go see Sam Theater on R.M. Brown as a way to unwind. And maybe eat. Oh my God, yeah. It's like 20 to 11 here. I need to start unwinding for like bedtime and stuff. But Crotchety saying, I don't know what could possibly be more left-wing about Cenk's. I don't know what could possibly be left-wing about Cenk's statements anymore. He's drop-in replacement for Sagar. I think I know who you're talking about. John Martinez, gotta love the fuck your feelings crowd being the biggest snowflakes melt down at the slightest disagreement. I love seeing you so passionate, Sandy. Yes, I love that book. I love that book. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but that's what I'm assuming you're talking about because I was very passionate about my book, which was then very disheartening when the person who beta read it said that it was unreadable. Although, as somebody pointed out, it now might be a cis man cis heterosexual man that read the book, and then I could totally understand why they got so upset. This doesn't need to be a 5-hour long live stream, Looney Tunes 9000. Like, I've already broke that record. And in my last live stream, when I was going over the whole jank thing, that was a 6-hour long live stream. Don't need to do that. I don't need to do that again for the foreseeable future. So then why don't I do all the rest of the stuff that I normally do? Possibly in my next live stream, I'll be able to show you my completed drawing of my former cat, my late cat, Thumper. It's almost done. Like, it's almost done. So I'll show that in my next live stream possibly, which I don't know when it will happen. Won't be till next weekend at the very earliest, because I have a very busy week ahead of me. And so chances are by the time next weekend rolls around, I might just need to do nothing. So even then I might not do a live stream, but it all depends on how much the news speaks to me, and I might get itching to come back on. So yeah, you guys, yeah, you know the routine, Also, if you can help me get onto some bigger channels, I'd really appreciate it. I am currently at, let's see, 7,790-ish subscribers to my channel. I'd really love to get to 8K by the end of this month. And to do that, I need help from some of the bigger streamers. And I've tried reaching out to them, but, you know, sometimes my messages get lost in the noise, and sometimes they don't really know who I am. So if you're regular chatters in other sandboxes, if they call them sandboxes, maybe let them know that I should be on their show. You know, the Vanguard, I know they're usually wanting juicy, gossipy stuff to talk about. I'm more than happy to talk about my time on Rebel HQ with them. If they want that anti-jank Uyghur stuff going on. Like, I still, it boggles my mind that this isn't more of a thing, and I'm not getting, like, all the flowers for it. Is that the phrase that they go by these days? All the cake? I don't know. I'd rather cake. That I am probably the only person to debate jank about the birthing person issue on one of the shows. The only one. And yet, I don't get any of the cake for that. And I was nervous as hell, and it was very excited, and I was stressed, but I still think I did okay. I was the only person to ever challenge jank publicly on that. And I get no cake for it. So yeah, if you guys could spread the message that I left the shows to try to get me on, I'd really appreciate it, because 8K by the end of December, I think is doable. I think it's doable. And let's see. John Martinez, I hope to catch you on your next stream. It's entirely been super busy, and that's no longer the case. Well, I hope it was a good busy, because sometimes people can be busy for good reasons, and if it wasn't good, then I'm glad it's over. Yes. I don't know. But yeah, like, I'm busy next week, but it's a good busy. It's this time of year. I have a side job. It gets busy this time of year for that side job, performance related job, because Christmas dinners and whatnot. So I get super busy this time of year with that, and it pays. So it kind of takes priority. But again, I just want to give another super special thank you to Nadia for all the wonderful super chats today. Super appreciate it. And I appreciate all the mods keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Appreciate all the people who've become patrons to help me out that way. Again, ongoing vet bills for Frodo. You know the routine. Also, check out my Amazon wishlist, link in the description box below. Coming into the holiday seasons, if you want to give me a special treat. I feel so weird even saying that. I'm not that type of person to be like, hey, it's a special day for me, give me stuff. But I put it out there because I like to do that for other people, like other content creators. Like, if I have the means, I like to send them a gift. Like, hell, I sent Sam Cedar a drawing or two. So I know I like to show my appreciation that way for other content creators or other people in general. So I have my Amazon wish list linked below for that reason. It just feels weird saying, give me stuff. Like it's different when I say, you know, you can support my studio. There's equipment there for my studio. That's one thing. But then there's like, I want the box of Reese peanut butter wafer sticks because they're super yummy and I just like them. Like that feels weird to me, but yeah, it is what it is. And I try to have a range of prices on there. It's like, okay, I know nobody's going to buy me the new laptop. It's, you know, the wish part of the wish list is doing a lot of heavy lifting with that, but it's there in case, you know, the people who are funding Russia sees it and they want to buy my channel or something. They'll just buy everything off my wish list for me or something. And I'll take it. Like I say, any right-wing corporation that wants to give me money, more than welcome. They're going to, they will think, wow, that was a really sucky investment. They'll get no return on that investment, but I will take their money. But they will be like, huh, so we might as well have just gone to crypto. John Davis, I have subscribed. Well, thank you. And yeah, anything people can do to just help plug my channel to other channels, super appreciate. And that's something that doesn't cost a thing. Same with liking and subscribing. And I'm getting too much caught up in the chat again. John Martinez, Cenk Uyghur's nephew, Hassan Piker, apparently took a shit on his uncle in Livestream, and I'm going to see that. Yeah, he also did a follow-up live stream, like people are reading too much into it and stuff, but Hassan is also, again, still very super chill because it is his uncle. And apparently he talked to Cenk more afterwards because, like, here's the thing, they had that conversation and then went for their turkey dinner, which would be very difficult for me to do. I wouldn't be able to do that. And apparently he was able to talk a little bit, well, he was able to talk a cent or two into Cenk by just basically letting him know, it's like, you were an asshole. Like, if that had been any other person, I would never have tolerated that shit from you. Because Cenk was an absolute big crybaby. Go check out my shorts. I just clipped out the short of him having a temper tantrum and me imitating it. So, and I also just cover a couple clips within the big live stream, but I do recommend it. You can watch the full thing because the Surfs goes over most of it, but not all of it. So, you know, I found the whole thing interesting to watch, and I watched the whole thing from the Hassan Piker YouTube channel. And also, I had no clue he had matured so much, and I'm talking about Hassan, because I only ever remember seeing bits of his content back when he was more on TYT, and not even much because his style and stuff just never really appealed to me. And even on Twitch, like I'm not on Twitch, and even the clips that I've seen of him on Twitch, again, his style really doesn't appeal to me. So I just never really knew much about him, but like his conversation he had with Cenk, like, holy shit, has he ever matured from what I thought he was? Really, really, like, I guess the way that I remember him the most is from the TYT commercial Woke Bay. And that kind of set me off against him, I think. Anyone that would refer to themselves, even ironically, as Woke Bay was just like, eh. So that's why I think I wasn't that interested. And to be honest, I'm still not that interested in his content. Again, it's just a style thing. It's nothing against him personally. But then also he was giving a speech. Majority Report covered it today, so I recommend people go watch that as well. He was giving a speech, and again, he's like really matured and stuff from what I remember of him. And really good at talking and pushing back and stuff. So I recommend like watching. It's 3.5 hours, I get it, but it's an interesting watch for sure. Anyway, I've been chatting about too much. John Martinez, give me a box of Abba Zaba candy bars. I don't even know what that is. But yeah, I have a box of the Reese peanut butter wafer bars. because they're just so good, but they're not that common. You don't find them all that often, and they're not at Dollarama. But they are just like the perfect mix of the peanut butter and sweetness that I absolutely love. Because they don't have any of the Reese balls anymore, because you know how they make them in the bags, and they're chocolate balls like Aero or Score or Mars or something. They used to have Reese peanut butter balls, and they were so good for so many different, like on different layers of my autism, satisfying good. The Wild West. I'm broke, bae. Yeah, I know the feeling. Seth Evans, we talking Hassan and Looney Tunes 9000? Oh yeah, Seth Evans. Yeah, I was actually quite shocked with Hassan's, like, his mature takes during his chat with Jank. And then it was just so like, you see the immature way that Jank is acting. And so, like, Hassan would have been mature regardless of that context, but then just seeing it contrasted against Jank's immaturity in that moment made it even more drastic. But yeah, I had no idea Hassan had matured that much. It was like, just the way that he was trying to get through to Jank and everything was really quite eye-opening about who he is. Which is always a good reminder that sometimes if there was a content creator on the left, you know, I don't give anyone a benefit of the doubt on the right, because they're on the right, but on the left, if there's a content creator that you kind of have a, you know, bad taste in your mouth about, or you had a bad first impression, or you didn't really like them because of blank or whatever, you know, check in every now and then in the future to see, like, are they still the same person? Or maybe the clips that you saw of them were just isolated and presented them in a way that they weren't actually, that doesn't actually represent who they are. And, you know, reevaluate them sometimes, because, you know, I would hate to think that some people have seen, you know, a clip of me that was maybe me doing an impression or something, and them doing like, that's who she is and I can't stand this. Without knowing like fuller context or stuff, or to see if people evolve on things, because there could be a leftist content creator that you didn't like, and then you realize, oh, actually they're a really cool person. I had that with Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report. Like, the very first video I saw of his set me off, like, just hit me at a visceral level that I couldn't stand him. And I talked to him about it when he was on my show, when he actually came onto my live stream, and I talked to him about it, because the video was so isolated, but it also hit me at a time where I was emotionally, I guess, triggered. It was during the Kavanaugh trials, and just what was happening to Christy Blasey Ford was just hitting me on such a visceral level. Like, it just was gut-wrenching in such a horrendous way. And then the very first clip I saw of Mike was him on a panel with a couple other guys, cis men, all talking about what consent means to women. And I kind of lost it. And that was my connection to Mike at that point. And it took over a year. And a friend of mine who I value her opinion saying, no, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. You should maybe check him out more. Like, let's put it this way. I saw such a short clip of Mike in that moment that set me off against him that I didn't even know he was gay. That's how short the clip was that set me off against him. But it took a friend saying, no, give him a try. And then I finally, like, oh, okay, see what you're talking about. I'm like, oh, actually, he's like a really cool guy. Okay. So it's worth checking in from time to time. And I just hit that moment with Hassan. But even though I still regularly watch all of Mike's stuff, because I do like his presentation and style and stuff and his commentary, even though Hassan has really matured from what I thought he was, I'm still not going to watch his stuff, because I just, again, I'm not keen on his style, on how he does his Twitch streams and stuff. Anyway, John Martinez, Reese's bomb. All of their products, even those Reese balls. Yeah, I miss the Reese balls so much. And Seth Evans saying, oh yeah, everything I've seen from him seems on point. Yeah, I think sometimes the message can get lost in the style, because if you just listen to his words, they're on point. But I think sometimes the way he presents them, and I'm talking about Hassan, he can seem very dismissive about certain issues and stuff. But if you're just listening to the words, it's like, no, I get it. And John Davis agreeing with me, brie sticks are the best. They are amazing. Unfortunately, you can't just buy 2 off of Amazon. You have to buy like the convenience store box worth. But my God, if anybody ever got that for me, I'd be like, you're my favorite. Because that would last me for so long, but it's like $50. So I'm not expecting it at all. Seth Evans, it is fucking hilarious to see a 20, 30-year-old nephew playing parent to his 40, 50-year-old uncle. I think Cenk, I don't know if he's hit 60 yet. I know, was he a couple years older than Sam? Because if he is, then he'd be 60 now. But I know he's right around the same age as Sam, so it'd be late 50s. Which I get into some of my commentary in my video as to why he's so threatened by Sam Cedar, is that they're about the same age. But I think he's a boomer, like an actual boomer. Sam only acts like a boomer, but he missed it by about a year. But I think Cenk is actually a boomer, so he might be 60 by now. John Martinez, Abba Zaba bars are white nugget with peanut butter on the inside. I recommend them to anyone who loves peanut butter confectionaries. I love peanut butter. Peanut butter is my autistic everyday food that I need to eat. But I've never heard of them, so they don't exist here in Canada. Seth Evans, Sandy, that is such a good point, because I can't count the number of times I've changed my mind about creators after learning more info. And it could also go the other way, like no doubt about it. You could also be like, I saw this amazing clip from somebody, but then you watch more of them, they'd be like, this person is an ass. So it can totally go the other way, like no doubt about it. But like even like checking in with TYT, like it could be like, oh yeah, I really love TYT, but then you sit down and watch them critically now and be like, what the hell happened to them? They've changed. Yeah, Seth Evans, for better or worse. John Martinez, Cenk is 54? Are you sure? I could have swore he was a couple years older than Sam. Huh. If it's out there, it's out there. He's 54. Okay, Looney Tunes is 9,000 is happy I went 5 hours. Technically for you, not technically for me. In 5 minutes, because I record this on OBS and I don't start recording until I start talking, streaming. Anyway, yes. I've chatted lots. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure when my next live stream is. Bare minimum, it won't be until next weekend, but I can't even guarantee we'll be on the weekend. So just kind of stay tuned. I'm hoping to have clips released every day. Please go check out clips. It's important that they all get to at least 100 views to help with the algorithms. There's one from a couple weeks ago that I'm still trying to squeak over the top. So if you go back just a little bit, it was my morning after the election stream. It's a clip from that. So if you go back a bit, I think I'm wearing my Black Majority Report t-shirt and there's no thumbnail for it. So it's just a screenshot of me. So if you go back, I think it's still at 85 views or something like that. And so I click on it every day, mute it, let it play, because I just wanted to get over that 100 view mark. So yeah, every little bit helps. And thank you so much for everyone who's already supported my channel, who's helped out. I couldn't do it without all the wonderful support I get from you guys and all the wonderful mods. And yeah, anyway, here we go. I've switched screens, so you know it's over. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.